between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m.
Hey everyone, I just want to remind you that if you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. It's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many, many more. I'm trying it out now and I love it so far. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast in one place. Come on, download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr., Mind Body Soul Productions, 2020. United States Army veteran and Minnesota filmmaker David Crowley was accused of murdering his wife and daughter before taking his own life in December of 2014. The Apple Valley Police Department suspects the bodies were inside the Minnesota home for 3 weeks after they were found by neighbors on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies, authorities assumed this was a double murder-suicide. The culprit was deceased, and the public was not in any danger. On the day the bodies were found, authorities did not see a bullet hole in the living room ceiling or a bullet in the living room carpet. These were two of the most important items in this case, as they were tied to David Crowley and his daughter. It was only after investigators were told of their existence that they returned to the crime scene on 2 separate occasions and retrieved the 2 spent rounds. What did authorities find in the Crowley house that proved David Crowley murdered his wife and daughter and then killed himself? Without a motive, and with the absence of guilt, the case was closed with the status of exceptionally clear. If David is truly guilty of this crime, then authorities should be forced to prove their theory. The Gray Stage exists solely because of the official conclusion as stated on page 92 of the Apple Valley Police Reports PDF. With the conclusion of the review of digital devices, Detective Brian Bone reported on October 7, 2015, there is no other information available for further investigation. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David Crowley is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. This book, The Gray Stage, is a direct response to the allegations against David Crowley. Due to the lack of evidence against David, I felt it necessary to write this book. One of the reasons I decided to write The Gray Stage was to help convince the Apple Valley Police Department to reopen case number 1500303. Either the Apple Valley Police Department should be forced to prove David Crowley guilty, or they should admit the case is unsolved. Because the official investigation failed to prove David Crowley guilty, I can only assume he is not. What other conclusion could I possibly reach under the current circumstances?
My name is Dan Hennon. I live 30 minutes away from the Crowley family crime scene in Minnesota. I am the creator of the Facebook group called Justice for David Crowley and Family. I created this group on January 19th, 2015, a day I'll never forget. Almost 5 years later, we have roughly 2,800 members. And my closest ally in the search for the truth is Greg Fernandez Jr. Although Greg lives in California, and like me, has no connection to this case, he has been drawn to the bizarre nature of this case. On a personal trip to California in 2016 to conduct interviews relating to the Philip Marshall family murder case in Calaveras County, I was able to meet Greg personally, as we are researchers in that case as well. I was struck by the similarities of these two horrible cases. As Greg and I are both Christians, I'm grateful that our paths crossed. We conduct faith-based research on several unsolved crimes. I consider Greg a brother and feel honored that he asked me to write the foreword to this book. As an accountant by trade, my focus is on banking transactions and anomalies that come into play relating to means, motive, and opportunity of a crime. Who benefits? Why was the crime committed? My attention to detail is something I take pride in. I'm continually amazed with Greg's tenacity to dig deeper and find the real deep details. He asks the hard questions and is persistent. Greg's attention to detail is something he's been blessed with, and is a very important skill that makes this book stand out, in my opinion. The chapters Suspicious Activity, Chapter 9, and 21 Questions for Detective Gummert, Chapter 11, are very interesting. The chapter Suspicious Activity is extremely significant, and to this day is the number one area where the law enforcement investigation fell short. The lack of follow-up on essential details was stunning. The fact that friends were in the Crowley home prior to the professional cleaning being completed is nothing short of astounding. Once the investigation ended, Greg summarized the remaining questions regarding the case that weren't answered in the police report. Greg's relationship with the lead investigator, Detective James Gummert, allowed these questions to be forwarded to the Apple Valley Police Department to be answered personally by Mr. Gummert. He took the time to answer the 21 questions, and that was appreciated by both of us. Regardless if we agree or disagree with the findings/conclusions, we were able to have a cordial, respectful dialogue with the AVPD. The Gray Stage book is a well-written, extremely well-researched book that doesn't answer the questions, but instead forces the reader to use critical thinking and challenges the reader to jump into this case with both feet. This book is more of a research tool and guide for those following the case, and leaves the conclusion up to the reader as to what may or may not have happened in the Crowley home in Apple Valley, Minnesota. Greg's straightforward approach and writing style make this a quick read, and one that could be accessed again and again during the reader's research. This is not a whodunit mystery book, but instead, it meticulously details the errors, missteps, and peculiar actions by family, friends, neighbors, law enforcement agencies, and various media outlets. Greg is careful not to point fingers, but accurately provides evidence why certain concerns are valid in a polite, respectful way. Greg has written many articles about this case, but he makes sure not to make this book a compilation of those articles. After poring over lab reports, ballistic reports, DNA analysis, and investigators' handwritten notes, Greg can pull tiny nuggets of useful information into the broader picture. Greg has appeared in numerous internet podcasts and radio shows relating to this case, and he and I are both interviewed and appear in the Netflix documentary A Gray State, produced by Eric Nelson. This book is a one-stop shop for all questions surrounding the case. The reason this case stands out is simple. It isn't a case that took place in the past, but a case that took place in real time on social media that evolved during and after the actual investigation was completed. This group uncovered Facebook posts on David Crowley's personal page that were hidden or removed after the bodies were found. We've tracked the dishonesty that family and friends were caught in the aftermath of this, and have exposed inconsistencies in witness statements provided to police. Our ongoing investigation continues to this day that involves dozens of talented citizen investigators on various media platforms that could lead one day to the actual solving of this crime. Much has been done to get this story into the hands and minds of the general public, but to date, there hasn't been traction on a case that we feel is exceedingly important. Getting a book like this published is crucial to raising the awareness of this case. Greg wants the readers to share this material and the book itself with others. This book is not intended to collect dust on your bookshelf, but instead be a resource that can be utilized, marked up, and sections highlighted to use along your journey to find justice for David Comel and Rania Crowley. The index to this book alone is 10 pages and provides the sources for each piece of information provided in the book. The title, The Gray Stage, is a well thought out name for this book. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that multiple rooms in the Crowley house were staged following this triple homicide. The living room, office, bedroom, and bathroom show that pre-planning and care was taken to confuse and throw off detectives in this case. Crime scene staging is a physical manifestation of a person's imagination for how things should appear when trying to turn a murder case into a legitimate death scene, says criminologist and death investigation consultant Laura G. Tetler, who is also vice president of the American Investigative Society of Cold Cases. Although it is not clear who committed the crimes in that home, we do know that the scene was in fact overstaged. A mistake often made by amateur criminals, and this should have been picked up by seasoned investigators. Examples include leaving the marijuana on the bedroom dresser, leaving the Quran opened up on the living room floor, writing the Islamic words in English on the wall in blood, leaving an alleged suicide note typed on a computer with no signature, playing a 53-song playlist, playing on David's laptop in a loop in the background, using hollow point bullets for a suicide, removing the dog dish water and water bowls from the home, leaving the rear slider to the patio unlocked and slightly ajar in winter, and finally, taking body parts from the scene, resulting in some to believe that the dog ate them, was all far too much for one to consider plausible. I personally believe the ugly truth will come out one day regarding what really happened to this family, and this book is a big step in that direction. I thank you for reading The Gray Stage and urge each one of you to get this book into the hands of at least one other person. Dan Hennon, October 2019.
Hello and welcome. This is The Gray Stage new book written by Greg Fernandez Jr. It's a book, first of its kind, on the Crowley case in Minnesota. Today we're joined on the podcast by Stephanie, Sophia, Greg, and myself, Dan Hennon. We'll be going over the book in sequential order, in chronological order here. And tonight's episode is basically going to be chapter 1. We'll go up through it in sequence and see where it leads us here with information and notable items here going through this book that we'll find interesting. Stephanie, do you want to go ahead?
According to Apple Valley Police reports, the last time anyone saw David Crowley alive was on Christmas Eve of 2014. Between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m., a neighbor across the street told authorities he and David looked at each other through their window. The neighbor, Brett Millay, did not see any activity at the Crowley house afterwards. Brett was going to close the blinds on the front of his residence, Detective Tommy Booth wrote in his report. When he looked out of the front window and saw David standing in the front window of David's residence, he said that they looked at each other and then Brett closed his shade while David had turned and walked away. Mr. Millay did not notice the Christmas presents on the front steps of the Crowley home until the day the bodies were found. Millay and his wife did not socialize with the Crowley family, but would exchange polite waves. A few days after speaking with Brett Millay and his wife, Officer Tara Becker reported, I attempted contact at 1048 Ramsdale Drive to follow up with the Millays, but they were no longer at the residence.
When I was reading all of this stuff, it makes it seem like Brett lives directly across the street from David.
That's
right?
what I thought reading it, if he could see right across to the front window to see him standing there.
But it's totally off, and Brett's windows are really small, too. And this is supposed to happen between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. on Christmas Eve.
And this is Dan, this is the focus of that City Pages article, that front page of that illustration that was done, looking across in through the window, was supposed to be that Brett Millay impact. So this is a very impactful photo. This is the one that they used on the local City Pages article.
Did anybody ever get in contact with him at all after all this happened?
I talked to Brett Millay instant message a couple times, and I think I was on the phone once, but that was it. Then he didn't return any other calls after that. Yeah, he was interested in speaking, and then that was it. Then next thing I know, I tried to contact him, and it said that on Messenger, this person's no longer available.
That's weird.
So he just like deleted his Facebook or blocked you right after he said he would talk.
Yeah, deleted or blocked or something. And it got back to the question that we were looking at back at the time was when the officer says that Malays were no longer at that residence. And we were wondering if they moved, if they left, what happened. And he had clarified that they put the home up for sale. It didn't sell, and they ended up taking it off the market, and they stayed there and then ended up selling it a year or two later. But the question was, after a triple homicide like this, they were quickly, we thought, did they move out that fast? And he said, that wasn't the case. We had previously planned to put our house up for sale, but it was Tara Becker's statement that was strange because it said we tried to follow up that they were no longer at the residence. And then some people interpreted that they just weren't home. They were busy shopping that day, or they were out at a movie. What did that mean? They weren't at they were no longer at the residence. So I think what really drove the question was her verbiage that she used in the police report.
If they're no longer at the residence, that means they're not coming back. That's the way that I would interpret it.
That's how I took it too. And a lot of people on the group says, no, they maybe, they stepped out for the night. And I said, well, she wouldn't have specifically used that phrase that they're no longer at the residence.
Right.
It also leads us to believe that the detectives never followed up saying, oh, they moved, they're gone, and we'll go on and, get key witness statements from the next neighbors. We'll skip over these guys. So it raised questions on two fronts. Why did you use the phrase, and why didn't they follow up? Even if they did move, they still should have followed up to get information about this case. And Tara Becker made it sound like we're done. We checked that off the list. We'll go on to the next neighbor. So that was very odd. And I do like the way, by the way, Greg, you started this book. Those 3 or 4 paragraphs right there are very, very, a very good introductory to bring the reader in to the story, because it's very odd. I do like that intro though.
Thank you. Because he's the last one. He's the last one that ever sees David, or that claims to have.
Does Brett Millay wear glasses at all, or does he have really good vision, or is that?
He's got a telescope. You'd need a telescope from that angle. I don't know.
Because from my house, if my neighbors are at their window, I can kind of see a shape. I wear glasses, so I can kind of see a shape if I'm in my house looking out the window. But if I'm in my driveway and they're at their window, I can actually see who it is. If he wasn't directly across the street like my neighbors are, how did he know for sure that was David?
It sounds like they connected. They either made eye contact, but they, from what Brett is saying here, according to Tommy Booth, they looked at each other.
So he must have really amazing vision if his house is not directly across the street from David's, to be able to have looked at him and made eye contact and visually recognized that it was David standing there.
Yeah, and then the other thing is, how did David see him back?
because it's got to go.
Right. How did he know that
How did
David
he know
saw him back? Did he wave and be like, good night, or anything like that?
Well, isn't their house kitty corner anyway, towards or across from the Crowleys? I believe I have a Google Maps of that neighborhood.
Yeah, that's really the best way. We had a member, Taylor, actually was the one who sent me a video where she actually pointed that out to me, and she's like, okay, look, this is where Brett's house is. This is where David's house is. How the heck could they possibly see each other? And that was just like, I don't know.
That's what I'm thinking, because if I'm looking at my neighbor's house that's kind of kitty corner to my windows, I can't see who the person actually is, much less look at their eyes to see and recognize who they are. I can see a shadow. That's odd that he was able to. Maybe it's not odd. Maybe he's got like really good eyesight to see that far. I don't know.
And it's too bad he just never clarified.
Right. That's really too bad.
I think what he
Because that would be interesting to hear.
I think what he saw was an adult male across the in the window, and it wasn't that clear like it made it sound. So it's the whole entire comment is very suspect. I think personally, my opinion, it's kind of half right and it's kind of half wrong. It's partially right. It's not the direct view that he saw David standing there and they made eye contact. I think it was kind of kitty corner, and he saw someone standing there. That it obviously wasn't a child or a woman, so he assumed it was David. I think he saw someone else, though.
Well, that's so dangerous, though, in a case like this, to assume anything.
Correct. Exactly.
Assuming is what happened. Like that's where mistakes are made, when you assume things.
Well, that's what
I could assume that, the police department hid this.
Yeah,
and said David did it. That doesn't mean it's true.
The investigators should have drilled in farther onto that question with Brett Millay to say, did you see a figure of a man or did you see David? And if you saw David, how would you know that? If you were to get him on, if this was a court case and you get Brett Millay on the stand, the defense would rip him apart, because how could he safely conclude that it was David Crowley? Because there's so much.
Right. They would look at how far away the houses are and what his vision is like. They would be like, well, listen, if I was standing at my neighbor's house, I couldn't see exactly who it was unless all the lights were on, and I've got 20/20 vision, if not better than that.
Yeah, so that
it reminds me of my cousin Vinny. that part in My Cousin Vinny where the neighbor is supposedly looking out her window while making grits or something like that, and could see the getaway vehicle, but then it turned out that they were basically blind and making the story up. I'm sorry. It just reminds me of that.
There's hundreds of neighbors around serious crimes that, they'll call and report that they saw something just to get some kind of attention. It doesn't mean that they actually saw that, which is why the police are supposed to do follow-ups to make sure that what is being said is the truth. That's their job. That's what I think of when I picture what an investigation is, right? So how come there's like this? This is where one of the dots stops. It doesn't connect to anything else because they didn't follow up with him. He just moved. Did they never want to find out for sure if it was David they saw, to find out a 100% sure date of death or something like that?
That would make sense, because why would Tara Becker even follow up? What was she attempting to make contact? What was the reason she wanted to make contact with Brett?
Right.
There was a reason, and then because they're no longer there, so maybe the reason wasn't that important to where she felt she didn't need to follow up. But there was a reason why Tara Becker wanted to talk with Brett, and I think it really is what Dan's talking about. They wanted to probably see, how does this guy know that who he said was David? Did he see David like this? Did him and David make eye contact like this other times? Would he know because he's seen David walk through his house so many times that, okay, it had to be David, I can tell David's walk, or something like that? I don't know. But that's what kind of made this really stand out to me.
Because, like, you can look at a blind person and make eye contact, but that doesn't mean they're seeing you. You're seeing them, but that doesn't mean they're seeing you.
Right.
The other
You can see somebody you recognize in a passing car, but that doesn't mean they saw you. If you look at them and see their eyes, ask them about it later. It's very possible that they didn't see you, even though you saw them see you.
Greg, the other notable thing in this first few paragraphs is the Brett Malay's allegedly great eyesight here. It did not, over 3 weeks, notice any gifts on the front steps, which police say that they were there for 3 weeks. We've now, for the most part, come to the conclusion that those gifts were probably there just for 1 week, planted around the 10th or the 11th. That's just my opinion, and that would make it reasonable for Brett Malay to miss those gifts on that front stoop for up to a week. I think that's reasonable. Highly unlikely if they were sitting there for 3 weeks with that great window shot and his great vision that he wouldn't have seen the gifts. So that's another very important piece of this, that the neighbor with the great eyesight did not see any gifts at all on the front stoop.
Right, but they were supposedly there for 3 weeks.
Yeah, so that's that important. Those first 4 sections, paragraphs of the very first chapter, there's already 2 good nuggets in there already. And that, like Greg, what you said is Tara Becker may have honestly wanted to go back with her, wearing her detective cap. I'm going to go back and do a follow-up. And once she got back and says that they weren't there, it could have been, allegedly, I'll say, that the higher-ups in the police department said, you know what, let that go, let's move on to something else. If it was some part of the setup to make this case go away, maybe she did want to pursue it. No one was there. It would have been certainly something her higher-ups would have said, nope, focus on the next thing, let's move on, we don't have time for this. And that's how these things get successfully covered up on things like that. Because Tara Becker certainly would not go back and say, oh, no, I don't think so, I am going to go back. Because that's that chain of command again that's much like the military. You do what you're told and you don't question it. So that's all I can say.
So if she, for instance, had the thought of, well, how does he know for sure that was David there? Let's go and find out. And she went to, whoever is her boss and said, hey, I'm going to try and find these people. I haven't been able to locate them because, it seems they've moved. They're not there. Can I go do this? And the higher up could have possibly said, listen, we already know it's a murder-suicide. Don't even try and track that down. Don't waste time.
Yeah, whether intentional or not, I believe that was probably what would happen in this case. We got other fish to fry. Let's move on. But if it was part of the cover-up, the post-cover-up, that would certainly be the case, to not be digging in to anything further. And then Tara Becker was the unwitting victim in that case, and probably she did have good, well-meaning intentions to do her detective work, but was told not to. But you're right, Greg had the best point there. There was a reason she wanted to go back to that home and do a follow-up of some sort. This wasn't something that she just wanted to bop in and follow up. She made a point to follow up. But then for some reason, it just ended. There was no follow-up, and there never was any follow-up. That's the thing that concerns us as investigators looking into this. Why not the secondary follow-up? Why didn't that ever come to fruition? Why did that never did happen? And there's your answer. It was probably told by some higher up not to do it. Don't waste your time. And let's move on to something else. That's probably how these chips started to fall into place. All right, this stands on a good spot. All right, Officer Tara Becker. Once again, we're just talking about Tara Becker, but Officer Tara Becker also spoke with the neighbors who lived directly across the street from the Crowley family, William and Anne Marie Hickson. Mrs. Hickson didn't know their names, Officer Becker reported. She only indicated that a white male lived there and that he appeared to be a good father to their little girl, who was approximately 5 years old. Mrs. Hickson also saw a light or candle come on inside the Crowley house every day since Christmas, according to Officer Becker's report. Teresa Shepard lived behind David Crowley on Lowell Drive. According to her interview with Detective Brian Bone, Shepard was out of town until December 23rd, 2014. Unlike Mrs. Hickson, Shepard did not see any lights on at the Crowley home and wondered if they were on vacation. Shortly after Shepard arrived home, Detective Bone reported she noticed that the rear sliding patio door was standing partially open. She said from her vantage point, she could not say if this was the patio door or the screen door that was standing open, but she could see a door was ajar at the rear patio door area. Shepard did not hear or see anything else unusual at the Crowley residence. At the end of his report, Detective Bone noted, quote, Shepard did not call the police about the door that she had seen ajar.
You have this other neighbor who sees this light or this candle, but Brett doesn't talk about a light or a candle or anything like that. So maybe that was another reason why Tara Becker wanted to follow up, because maybe to ask about this light. What is this light? Because what lights were on there? What lights were on in this house? Just the one kitchen light.
That's what I was wondering, is what light she could have been talking about. Because if it was a candle or a light, would she have been able to see it on during the day if it was just left on?
I agree.
Did we notice anything in the crime scene photos that would have been on a timer?
That's
I didn't. Yeah, that was one of that was one of the good theories, was that maybe there was some timer. Maybe those Christmas lights that we see strung behind the back, maybe they were on some type of a timer. That would. And I also have an
issue with the whole door being ajar, because it was slightly cracked open, 1/4 of an inch, supposedly, from what the police reports say. How would she be able to see that from her window?
Well, now
it would.
That's Shepard.
That's a different person. That's Teresa Shepard, who lived behind David.
My thing with this is, Detective Bone noted Shepard did not call the police about the door she had seen ajar. If she didn't know anything was going on over there, why would she be suspicious that their door's open?
So here's what I think.
If she didn't hear anything and there was no, like, serious signs that something was wrong over there, why would she call the police when her neighbors had their door open? That'd be like calling the police on your neighbor for their car not being in their driveway.
Yeah, these are some good points. I'm going to circle back and finish up with the Hickson item, okay. And I don't know, Greg, if you have anything more with Hickson either, but here's what I see in the Hickson. One is important for what we see in the notes, and the other thing that's even probably more important is what isn't mentioned from Miss Hickson. Number one, what isn't mentioned. Her view is directly across the street. It leads us to believe it's actually a better view than Brett Millay. Hickson doesn't mention anything about gifts for 3 weeks being on the front stoop. I think that's the big thing that's missing from Hickson. And then the other thing she says is that light or the candle, and I agree with Stephanie, it could have been something that's on all day long. She just wouldn't have seen it during the day because the sun is out. And she would have seen it, of course, every night when the sun goes down. That could be easily explained away as something on a timer as well. So I don't know what that relates to Hickson's account really doesn't give us anything. Now the shepherd, if we can move on to the shepherd, the house behind, I think this is where we get some good information. We get the first instance of a sliding door that's ajar on the patio. Now, when we know that the officers first appeared on the scene, the back rear slider was slightly ajar. We're talking a quarter of an inch, something very, very small. Shepherd's account says that the door, whether it was the glass patio door or the screen door, one of those or both of those was open from her house, which means it was a lot larger than a quarter of an inch. She wouldn't have taken note of something being just open a quarter inch. I'm thinking this was 6-7 inches open or something. Would have been noticeable from the neighbor's house. That's pretty...
Right. It would have had to been open at least enough for somebody to fit through it or an animal to fit through it for her to be able to see it from her house.
Yep, and she didn't notice anything unusual, and she didn't call, and that would make sense. I don't think I would call if I saw a neighbor's door open a few inches or something either. So, but
right, like if it was a couple days open, she probably would have thought it was weird.
Yes.
But if it was just open one day and then closed the next, she wouldn't have thought it was weird, which is why she wouldn't have called the police.
Yeah, they hadn't been there.
And she had been on vacation, out of town. She got back and then saw it open. So the question is, if this was the 23rd, out of town until the 23rd, and then shortly after she arrived home, that door was open at one point. So then the question is, was it when the Crowleys were still alive, or was it after that someone was opening and closing that door? So the timing here hurts us because we can't narrow down. But I do think it's safe to conclude that it wasn't open just a quarter of an inch, enough for her to notice that it was open, which means, and this is January, or this is December once again, winter in Minnesota, regardless if it's December or January, your patio doors are not open at all.
I yell at everybody who leaves the door open in my house. That's heat getting out. So I don't know why anybody, even if it's not like down below freezing, if it is still like a spring warm day in January, I'm still not leaving my doors open. They had a dog. I have cats, so I mean, not only that, but again, that's heat leaving the house. So, I mean, you might leave it open for a couple of seconds, but then you're going to close it. If somebody was going in and out of there, they would have closed it, and maybe not closed it all the way. And wasn't it broken or something, like the latch on it?
It's not in police reports. I think that would have been mentioned if it was.
It's only been mentioned by the friends saying that it was broken, and everybody who knew David and Kamel knew that the back door was broken.
I think that's quite interesting that it's not mentioned that it's broken in the police reports, but all of the friends say it was common knowledge.
Yeah.
If it was broken, that would have that would have forced them to look at signs of somebody breaking into the house, right? Forced entry.
And they make very, very sure to put in here that there are no signs of forced entry. They made it a very big point.
Yeah.
They didn't, beat around the bush about that. We didn't see this, broken. This didn't seem messed up. No, they make it a very solid point. No forced entry was observed.
So if they can do that, forced entry.
Right. So the door was open. So why would you need to have any forced entry? You're not going to need to bust open the front door if the back slider doesn't lock, and you know that. I had a sliding door several years ago, and I put a bar because the lock it didn't always catch. It didn't always go down. It was old. So I would put like a curtain rod in there, like in the track of it. So even if, you pulled the door, it would only open like a quarter of an inch.
Well, so, David built his own bathroom. He built a lot of stuff. Are you telling me he didn't know how to fix a broken rear slider, I'm just not buying that either.
That's
Especially
a good point
with
too.
the child in the house and it's winter. No, that doesn't make sense. But I don't see any proof that it was broken either. So, and I think if it was, I think they would have said so. Anything else on Shepard? It's also kind of weird how Shepard, she doesn't see any activity in the house from December 23rd once she gets back. Were they already dead? I guess that's when I read her statement. That was my first thought was, well, maybe they were already dead. But then you see Brett, who sees David on the following day. So, but then by Christmas, nobody.
That's what leads into the theory that they were taken out of the house or they were being tortured because none of the neighbors noted any activity at weird random times that don't match up with how long the bodies had been decomposed for.
Right. Nobody's saying, okay, we know, this is when we last were the family was gone from this time. Everybody just thought that they were gone for Christmas. What was the date that everybody was last seen? It was December 19th when they picked up their daughter, right?
Mhm.
That's pretty much
from the school.
Yeah, from the school. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself with that there, but anything else on Shepard?
Just to clarify that Shepard didn't see anything unusual at the house. It doesn't say that she didn't see any activity at the house. She just said unusual. So that can be taken a variety of ways. And because they're behind the house, Shepard seeing the gifts would not come into play here.
I see.
Right. She wouldn't see the front of their house unless she was driving by over there.
That'll tie in, I guess, with what one of the other neighbors behind their house sees, too. So, okay, I'll go next for Larry and Lorraine Tuppy. Larry and Lorraine Tuppy lived one house east of the Crowley family on Ramsdale Drive. Officer Tara Becker spoke with Lorraine Tuppy the day the bodies were found. Her husband was at their cabinet up north, and Mrs. Tuppy didn't see the Crowley family in over 3 weeks, did not know the family very well, and couldn't remember the name of David's wife. And Mr. Tuppy conversed with David more than Mrs. Tuppy did. According to Officer Becker, David Crowley told Mr. Tuppy about a screenplay he sold. Tuppy stated that she knew David to be somewhat of an artist, wrote Becker, in that he was doing some work with screenplays and films and had told her husband that he had sold a screenplay and was working with some lawyers and that it had something to do with guns and gun control and or possibly the gun industry. Directly behind David's house on Lowell Drive lived a father and daughter. Both spoke with Detective Michael Tietz and Detective Sean McKnight. According to Detective Tietz, Mark Torkelson and his daughter said the Crowley home had been dark since Christmas and that they hadn't seen any occupants in a long time. The daughter said her room was on the back of the house and that lights on the back of the neighbor's house would shine into her room if they were on. This female stated she hadn't seen anyone at the Crowley residence since the weekend before Christmas school break, which started 12/19/14. Also, the daughter told the detective she never heard David and Kamel fight. At some point, the female was going to babysit for Rania, but thought David was against the idea.
Did anybody ever find out why she thought David was against the idea? Was that followed up on?
No. No. Never followed up on.
So why are all these neighbors' accounts not matching up? Like, they say the lights were off. And the other neighbor said she saw either a light or a candle.
This daughter says that she would see any activity if there was any activity in that house, if there were any lights on. So the other neighbor, going back to Shepard, and she doesn't see any lights on.
Right.
At the same time. So you have some people seeing lights on, other people not seeing lights on. And that's it can drive me crazy sometimes thinking about that. When was the last time these people saw him? Go ahead, Sophia.
Would it make a difference whether it was people in front of the Crowley house that were seeing lights versus the people behind the Crowley house?
Well, I think that the people who lived in front of the Crowley house should have the same story, and the people that lived in the back of the house should have the same story, in which the facts should meet up on whether or not the lights were on.
Shepard didn't see any lights. Neither did the other neighbors behind. They didn't see any lights. So it was only one person who saw lights, and they were at the front.
People in the back aren't seeing lights. People in the front are.
Mhm.
Got it.
I wonder if it could have been a flashlight.
That's just on?
I don't know. It's just weird. Unless there was something that had been on a timer.
If you go with the theory that they were out of that house, it is possible that whoever committed this, if it wasn't David, that they were in there staging things, like the blood on the wall and I don't know, who knows what all they did. Who knows what all, maybe they're the ones who neatly put everything back on those shelves. You know, who knows?
But this is a small town, and if you're going to put a body back, to move a body back into that house and then to stage, they would still have to stage a lot of different things.
But at night, if you think about it, at night, if you knew the yard you were walking through with like the back of your hand, you could walk through it in the dark, right?
Right.
And then over a 3-week period, those footprints of somebody walking through the backyard would have disappeared if it snowed or the wind blew or it rained or anything. So theoretically, you could, under the cover of darkness, get into the back of this house without neighbors noticing you, put the bodies there. Before you put the bodies there, go in there and like stage things, and maybe that's the light that they saw. And then, you know, go and draw open the blinds and call Dan up and say, hey, come on, let's put those presents there. Nobody's found them yet. Or however it was done, you know, because this is theoretical. We can't find the proof yet. We're trying. That's the whole point. You could almost write a whole book of just questions on this.
You'd go crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you could. 500 pages of 500 questions. Question each page.
Just on questions while you're reading this. You know, start at the front of a notebook and don't stop till you get to the end of this book. I mean, just questions, not facts, not anything. Just questions you come up with. They'll add up. And I bet you'd have more questions than any of these detectives asked, or at least that we're seeing the proof that they asked.
The other thing with the Tupis family, there's one thing that's interesting once again, and one thing that's interesting that's not mentioned again. They're the next door neighbors. Neither the husband or the wife have seen gifts at all, not mentioned. And the husband, Larry, makes a very fine observation here, which turns out, after the information that we know now is true, the very fine information says that David Crowley sold a screenplay. We know that now to be fact. He did. And he also said that he was working with some lawyers on a film that he was working on, also a fact. And had something to do with guns or gun control, also, for the most part, fact. So, Mr. Larry, kudos to him, 100% spot on. So David was telling him honest-to-goodness things that was going on that even the Gray State Project guys weren't even aware of, that he had sold the script and was working with lawyers and moving forward with the contract. That's huge.
How was this like? How be telling them? Yeah, I'm working with lawyers and I sold a screenplay. You know, if it's just a neighbor that you don't really know any personal information about. Why would you give that much personal information?
I don't know why,
Dave?
but the fact of the matter is that he did. So
Right.
that's all we need to look at, I think.
Yep.
That's,
He did.
And it shows right there that, I mean, he wasn't, I mean, at least to me, that statement said he wasn't, like, down in the dumps and ready to just, like, blow everybody away.
Right.
And he didn't walk
It-
away either.
Right. He didn't walk away either, like he told his father, supposedly, in the text messages.
That's a great point, too.
and then I think with the other house, I think the daughter about the babysitting.
Yeah.
I don't think I see a daughter that age telling police, you know what, I think we weren't going to do babysitting because I think David was against the idea. That, in my personal opinion, I think was a planted narrative seed added to the police report after the interview was done.
I was wondering
the daughter
if they
saying,
maybe...
I don't want to babysit, or they didn't want me to babysit, or they never followed up with me potentially babysitting in the future. But I have a hard time thinking that she said to police that David was against the idea. I think that was edited in later as part of the cover-up, because once again, it's planting that seed that he is the bad guy.
Right.
Okay, but do you think that they could have phrased that question to her to kind of create that, to get
Yes.
that response?
Like
Yeah.
leading? Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
It
And do we know how
been-
old she is?
She was underage. She was actually taken out of the 94 pages, and I did not put her name in this book. But it is out there. But I think she was 16 or 15 at the time.
She wouldn't have voluntarily opted that up of, oh, I never babysat because David didn't want me to. She wouldn't have opted that up. Have you tried getting information like that out of any girl under the age of 18?
Well, they're all different, so you never know.
They are, but
Never
they
know.
don't readily just, you've got to ask them questions certain ways to get the information you want out of them. Because otherwise, they give you base answers. Fine, okay, yes, no.
Yeah, maybe they weren't getting the answers that they wanted when she's saying, the house has been dark since Christmas. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's actually an answer that they would want. So,
They could have said, like if she said, well, I was supposed to babysit one time, but it fell through, they could have said, well, why do you think it fell through? Do you think, it was something against you, or, what was the situation? Plans changed or whatever. That way that idea is there for her to say, well, I think maybe it was more of a David didn't want me to, so it just never happened. That could have happened.
yeah, her big statement for me is when she says that she hadn't seen anybody in the house since December 19th, which is the same day that anybody has ever seen David, or any of them.
Yeah.
It's an interesting date. So I don't know. I never thought about the fact they could be leading.
And is she the only one who said that?
Yeah. But even to babysit, even for it to be a consideration, wouldn't you think there is a relationship there, right? I mean, somewhat of a good one to even think, oh, well, maybe we could have this person do it. Or do you think
I've never asked my neighbors to babysit my kids. I always ask somebody I know, intimately, that they're a good kid.
Yeah.
And
So-
we don't have teenagers babysit our toddler. It's
Right.
adults that babysit.
Where I live,
Only-
you can actually go and take classes and get certified, in CPR and whatnot. To be, you've got to be at least 14, but you can actually legally be a babysitter with that card.
But I can tell you right now, we won't allow anybody under the age of 18 to watch our 3-year-old.
Oh, I don't blame you there.
Yeah.
I'm very leery about leaving anybody with my kids because they're monsters.
But how about a 5-year-old? Not a 5-year-old.
No, not even a 5-year-old.
No.
I wouldn't. My 5-year-old, I would not leave with my next-door neighbor's kid. I wouldn't do it if I didn't know them intimately, if we hadn't, like, been around them to see that they're a good influence to be around a 5-year-old.
Well, let's see. Unless you have anything else on this.
I've got one last comment, Greg. The comments, and the ladies can maybe help me out on this one. The babysitter girl, this is the young girl now, said that she doesn't remember seeing anyone at the Crowley house since, quote, the weekend before Christmas school break. She was interviewed here probably January 19th, I'm guessing, 18th. Haven't seen him since December 19th. That's a month. I think if
Right,
you were a teenage girl, when's the last time you saw someone at the neighbor's house? I think the answer would be, I haven't seen someone over there in a week or two. Heck, maybe it was 3 weeks. But to say, since the weekend before Christmas break, that seems to be either something that's
quite specific.
Once again, to plant that seed, that I don't see a teenage girl saying, since the weekend before Christmas break, the 19th of December. That's something that happened a month ago. And a teenage, they probably, they're not thinking too much, probably forgot what they did the week before at that age. Boys and girls.
Unless something specifically, like, important to that girl happened around the time that she last noticed anything at the Crowley residence,
and
I do not believe that in a month's time she would be able to recall, and that's just based on her age. I don't know her. I don't know if she's like an exceptionally smart kid who's got a photographic memory. We don't know. But for her to be that young, if she had imprinted in her mind that the week before Christmas school break, she had to have had something significant happen within the few minutes of time that she
remembered it. There's an accident.
Right, that should have been in there.
Nothing else was in there, so it seems to me that it's just inserted in there for God knows why, what reason. But I just saw that. That struck me as odd. That's all.
Yeah, I agree on that one.
Me too.
To be that specific.
I kind of think because it's Christmas school break, that's a big deal, right? I mean, you would kind of know. It's kind of like a marker. You're like, hey, I'm out for 2 weeks now. Of course, that's one of the days I would remember. No, I always look forward to it. It was always a Friday.
Well,
this was a Friday.
I agree. She would look forward to it. The teenage daughter would.
Yeah.
But would that tie directly into when she last saw some activity in the neighbor's home in the backyard?
Oh, I see.
Right.
I'm just saying from that it doesn't correlate. What's the correlation there?
If somebody was to ask you, Greg, where were you April 7th, 1997?
Right.
Would you remember?
No.
Like right off the top of your... No. Nobody would. They'd have to sit and think about it.
Correct.
So think about a month ago.
Right. But
a month ago from
date,
today.
Okay, but first of all, this date that was added, I think you guys are right. I think some of this is kind of creative writing.
Like it was put in there to kind of build up.
Yeah, because I think they put in this date, and they put in the date wrong. They put 12/19/15. I'm the one who, in this book, put the correct date, so they didn't get it right. They didn't have the year right, so, yeah, I don't know. That's all I'll say on that.
Well, they did that often throughout the reports, because you'll notice that on the search warrants, too, that the date and year is wrong.
I really was hoping we could just chalk that one up to the fact that it was a new year. But the more you look at how many times they got it wrong, you really have to wonder if it is, in fact, just a coincidence.
I think the thing to consider, in going through this book that Greg wrote is the creative writing in all these lines here, because we do know to some extent the Apple Valley Police Department at some level was involved in this cover up. Was it right away though, or was it after? And so I think when Tara Becker and Detective Teets went door to door and started doing these witness interviews and talking, It probably started off very innocently enough, and they were asking honest questions. But when it came time to write the report, by this time, we're starting to see potentially some of these creative phrases being fluffed up in the police report. And so that's what I'm talking about here. I don't know if they were having necessarily leading questions for this babysitter to get certain answers out. And that would be good, because that would be placing these detectives on the street here, the guys, the low-level guys, involved in the cover-up. And a lot of times with those types of things, they are not at that level. Only the higher-ups are involved in the cover-up. The lower-level workers are just the puppets doing what they're told. They don't need to be involved in the cover-up, because when they go to write the reports later, these can always be edited and changed to however they seem fit. So that's just my opinion once again, but we do know that they were involved somehow in the cover-up because of the files that we received, the pictures, the various things that are not correct, the photographs, and we'll get into all that later. But we do know that they were involved at some point. All right.
Well, not only that, but the moving and manipulating of the skull piece too. While right there, while at the crime scene, they're doing it. I think it was
possible. Sorry.
No, I just think that the cover-up started almost immediately.
And is it possible that Wish, as new to this as she was, she just really wanted to find something going door to door? So maybe she put an actual date in there just to have that information. I mean, it's plausible. It's possible. I mean, I don't want to ever accuse somebody of that, but, being so new, I mean, I've been pulled over, and given tickets by really young cops that, they're just graduated. This is like their first ride along where somebody gets pulled over and they just want to find something, so they're jerks. They want to find something, so they're trying to make something appear, And it's not really that they're purposely trying to mess up an investigation. It's that they want some sort of recognition as them having a part in a big case, if it was to go there. Is that like not online with this woman, or is it known, or?
Speculation, I think, right? So I don't know.
I mean, that's just my question, my thought. Mm-hmm. I have no idea. I definitely wouldn't want to ruin this woman's reputation by saying that, because I don't know.
Right. And that's why I try to stay away from the speculation, all that stuff, as much as possible, but you can't help it. And there's nothing wrong with playing these scenarios out and thinking about this stuff. I think it's sometimes people will just kind of hook onto one theory or hook onto one thing and kind of they won't let go to it. In this case, that's really hard. If you're going to do that in this case, it's going to be really hard to really grasp all of these different things that are happening, all these spider webs that are just kind of leading into different areas. And it's very easy to just kind of get lost in this case and then just, give up.
There are a lot of cases where they end up finding that it was a staged scene because one detective didn't like what everybody else thought. So who's to say in this case all these cops didn't just say, "Oh, you think it's that? What about you? You think it's murder suicide? All right, yeah, let's go with that."
Right. Yeah, and that's why we want to keep those doors open, because we don't know. We don't know if there are people out there in law enforcement that are trying to help us. We don't know if there are, people out there in law enforcement that are trying to help us or trying to do the right thing in this case, which is just to help us get the case reopened to figure out a lot of these unanswered questions. And the biggest question is, what proves David Crowley guilty? And I think if we ever get to that point, we'll get our answer. So, Sophia, if you want to at least read the next 3 paragraphs, that would be great.
Alan and Gina Olson also lived behind the Crowley residence on Lowell Drive. Detective Brian Bone first spoke with Gina Olson, who mentioned her husband heard 3 rapid-fired shots from somewhere outside of their residence. A day later, Detective Bone followed up with Alan Olson to learn more about the gunshots he heard before December 31st, 2014. Mr. Olson stated he was sitting in his living room one evening with his daughter when he heard 3 rapid-fired gunshots somewhere outside of his house. Olson could not remember exactly where the sounds came from, but he was certain he heard gunshots. Olson told Detective Bone that he and his family were home between 1 p.m. on Christmas Eve and 1 p.m. on Christmas Day. However, Mr. Olson was unsure if he heard the gunshots on either of those days. Detective Bone's report ended by stating Alan explained that he had not called the police because he did not have any specific information about when he had heard the shots. Colin and Judy Procknell lived one house west of David Crowley on Ramsdale Drive. Colin Procknell reportedly heard gunshots sometime between December 2nd and December 19th, 2014. Mr. Procknell was able to narrow down the date to December 9th or December 10th, sometime between 1 p.m. and 2 a.m. most likely. Mr. Procknell also believed the gunshots came from the direction of the Crowley residence. Colin did not contact law enforcement, Officer Tara Becker reported, but stated that he checked out his front door and didn't see anything and checked out of the back of his residence and thought it was fireworks. The Procknells believed they last saw the Crowleys just before Christmas. Officer John Broughton wrote this in his report. According to Joe Cooksley's notes, written on January 17, 2015, Colin Procknell blew out the driveway on December 25, 2014.
I can start this one off with the Olsons. This is Alan and Gina, lives behind the house. And I think the thing here to note is that this individual, Alan Olson, heard 3 rapid-fire shots, later says that they were gunshots. Couldn't exactly remember where they came from, but he was certain they were gunshots. I think that's huge because someone who's used to being around weapons or guns or hunting, which I don't know about this, Mr. Olson, but because he used the phrase certainly were gunshots, leads me to believe he wasn't guessing. He knows the sound. An average person would think that these were fireworks or something going off. And
a car backfiring.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So he knew it, and they were rapid fire. So that is probably legit. Now, he doesn't know the dates, though. And it just says they're before December 31st. So that is, I think that's relevant. That's valid data. If it relates to the Crowley killings or not, we don't know, but that's something huge. Now, the fact that he didn't call police, I think in that case, he thought that if he would call police, they would say, where were the shots coming from? What, all these questions. And he thought, well, I don't know the answer to those, so I'm not going to call them. The difference with that is you would still potentially call police to report suspicious activity, gunshots going off, even if you can't locate what direction or any, answer any of the questions to it. At least you could have something on record with police that gunshots were fired or heard in that neighborhood on that specific date. That would have been helpful if he would have called, even if he had no answers, just to get it on the record books that there was suspicious activity in the house. Now later, when the friends were over on January 19th, after the bodies were there, another neighbor did call and say, there's suspicious activity in that house. That person did not give any other specifics, just simply said, can you please respond to some, suspicious activity? So the Alan Olson case here would have been very helpful if he did call to report gunshots. Obviously, that's where they were. He also says that they were home between Christmas Day and Christmas Eve. I don't think that's got anything to do with anything, because these gunshots were heard toward the end of the year, later in the week, up by the 31st. So I don't know what that is, but I can vouch. I think that's legitimate. What he heard was legitimate, because he said he was certain that they were indeed gunshots.
Wasn't there 3 bullets that had Kamel's
Yes. That were all found right there on the carpet.
And
but then we also have the bullet in the basement, Ronnie's bullet, another bullet laying on the carpet. It was a whole bullet with the casing. It was an unfired one. A bullet fragment. So, I mean, there was a lot more than just 3.
Correct. And the point with this for Olson is, even though he's got it correct, if this does lead to 2 separate shootings, if this does relate to any involvement with the Crowleys, we know that at least 5 shots were fired, and so shootings took place at 2 different times. That would lead us to suspect, which doesn't really jive with the official story of everyone being shot once in a simple double homicide murder, or double homicide suicide, with 3
right, because who's fired. To say that the first neighbor that heard the 3 rapid fire shots, maybe he heard, the first set, and then the next neighbor later on heard the shots for, whoever, or the shot into the ceiling or the basement, or...
Because you have 5 shots at least, right?
Yeah, you'd have 2 separate incidences of shots fired, and that doesn't really jive. So I think this story, which is very important, I think it kind of dies off in the police report, because they don't do anything more with it. But that's huge. If there were 2 separate shootings. Now, we also know the bodies were not there for 3 weeks, probably because of the decomposition of the bodies. And if someone was shot earlier, for instance, Pomel, she would have a different rate of the decomposition if she was shot around that time. So it certainly could be the case. It certainly could mean nothing. But I think it's relevant because of the time.
Right.
And Colin's story doesn't line up with activity that has been on the bank account, Kamel's phone records, the school seeing David and Kamel picking up Ronnie on the 19th. So all of his story doesn't line up with the evidence that we actually have. So,
and the only thing I can say with the Colin Prochnow thing is he heard shots. It looks like he's trying to decipher when he heard the shots, but when you finish reading his story, all of it is irrelevant.
Yeah,
I think between the 2nd and the 19th, and there was no shootings between the 2nd and the 19th that related to the Crowleys, so that's not pertinent at all. And then he's got it narrowed down to the 9th or the 10th, and he thinks it's between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. That's got nothing also to do with anything. And he also did not contact law enforcement. So a lot of that is just fluff, 2 paragraphs that really means nothing. It has nothing of value. And he thought it was fireworks. Well, that's probably true. Now he goes on to say...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
If Colin didn't know, what a gunshot sounded like, he could have related it to fireworks.
Correct. Most people would think that's what they actually think they are when they hear gunshots later, for instance, a mass shooting or something. They'll say, "I thought it was fireworks." So that's a normal response. Now he goes on to say that the last time he saw them was, quote, just before Christmas. So once again, we get this 3-week narrative that the family was missing from all the neighbors all nicely lining up the last time we saw them. So I think that's goofy or strange. And then he goes on to say that he blew out the driveway on the 25th, which I think we can conclude that is not a factual statement.
I was kind of bothered by that because my neighbors don't shovel for me. I've offered to shovel for my neighbors, and they give me dirty looks and tell me, no, I got it, thanks, in like a really terse tone. So if he is the type of neighbor that does that, I mean, more power to him if that's what he did. That's really nice. But I don't know a whole lot of people like that.
Stephanie,
like
are you in California? Where are you located?
I am in Western New York.
Okay.
We've been having a lot of snow, and we have a plow that goes by on the streets and on the sidewalks, and everybody just pretty much does their own sidewalk and driveway.
So there's a lot of folks following this case from other countries and also from the South here in the U.S., and we've had to go over this a couple times just to get the verbiage here as far as what it's like in winter in Minnesota. One is you use the phrase shoveling, and that is certainly something that we do here. That's something that happens with maybe less than an inch of snow, maybe an inch or 2 inches of snow, is shoveling the driveway, shoveling the sidewalk, those types of things. You don't get your snow blower or your snow thrower out unless there's 2 or 3 or 5 inches of snow from the night before. So,
right.
And if you're going to snow blow,
if you have a snow blower,
you're going to get the shovel out. And if you're going to shovel, you're not going to get the snow thrower out. You're going to use one or the other. Now, the records of the history in Apple Valley for those 3-week period of the weather forecast, the precipitation shows that there were some days that there was flurries and a light coating of snow that came down. Other days there was some rain, but there was no snowable, plowable snow in that 3-week period in the state of Minnesota at all.
So then why was he blowing the driveway at all?
He wasn't. So the question is, why did he insert that comment? Now, one thing you did. Now, Stephanie, you made a good, a relevant point that others can, I think, take note here. Even when you don't get a lot of snow, when the snow plows go through on the streets, it does pile up on the end of your driveway that you may not have to use the snow blower to get the driveway clean, but at the end of it, there might be 5 or 6 inches of snow that you cannot do with just a simple shovel. So you do need to blow out the end of the driveway. Now, Colin Prochnow perhaps did that if there was some substantial snow in Apple Valley, Minnesota. That would have meant just doing the end of the driveway, where the snow piles up.
But if there wasn't any significant snowfall or, it rained, you said there was rain even during that time?
There was rain.
There
was 8/100 of an inch of rain and 3/100 of an inch of snow, and one other time there was 1/100 of an inch of snow. So there was none of those.
So why was there's no way he would be blowing anything.
Correct.
Is he blowing water around?
So Colin Prochnow did not blow anyone's driveway out on any of those days. So the question is, why was that inserted into the police report? I think it's to make him look like a nice, concerning neighbor, and it's that whole good feel.
So a connection, so that his whole side of it would have more validity to it.
Validity, that they were the caring neighbors. They were watching the house. They were making sure they were gone. Possibly.
This is how we know they're very credible. They talked. He blew out their driveway for them.
It's another way to insert credibility into the people. The same way as the babysitter did discredit to David by saying, David and Comel didn't want me to babysit because I think David didn't want it to happen. It's how it's crafted. The statement is crafted to make David Crowley look negative in all these lights and to make the caring, loving neighbors of the Prochnows look like credible, upstanding, elderly grandparents that are just doing the right thing.
Well, and they're the first people to say that this was either a murder or a suicide and that the dog ate these bodies. So...
But she's not suspicious. She's not suspicious like that.
No, just us people are suspicious like that. Her words. People like us.
How do you jump to murder suicide if you're not you can't say you're not a suspicious person, but your immediate Colin didn't suspect anything suspicious. He thought they were dummies. So Judy, who claims, she quoted herself, she said that on record, I am not a I am not a suspicious person. I don't immediately jump to murder. But the first thing she said was, I think there's been a murder or suicide.
It's weird.
So that discounts her. How do we know that she's credible? So like Dan said, you add into certain statements little snippets here and there of, oh, they blew the driveway out. Nice, good, upstanding citizens. They must be credible because they had, this relationship with the Crowleys. So we should believe them for that reason. Don't ask questions past that, though.
That's right.
Yeah, and I think, Greg, on a future podcast that we do, we'll cover that 911 call extensively and the phrases used and the suggestions Judy Prochnow gives on that various 911 call. Because that's very interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. We'll definitely get there. Any final words here? I think we'll wrap this episode up. This is a great place for us to start, and we'll come back and do one about finding those bodies, which will include that 911 call.
I think this is good for like people who want to listen while they're driving or something, like reading through this, because you've really got all of the main facts in here. I love how you made this book. Like it's all the bullet points of what you need to look into this.
I agree.
Right.
Within 24 hours of finding the bodies of David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley, the Apple Valley Police Department were treating the incident as a double murder-suicide. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Allahu Akbar in his wife's blood on the living room wall. Authorities cannot prove David wrote I have loved you all with all of my heart on the laptop in the kitchen. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Open the Rise most recent version Submit to Allah Now on a notepad in his office bedroom. Authorities cannot prove the dog trapped inside the house ate David's right hand, both of Kamel's hands, and their daughter's right arm, since dog feces tests were never conducted. Authorities did not see the bullet hole in the living room ceiling or the bullet in the attic above until they questioned David's friend a month after the bodies were found. Authorities did not find a motive to support their accusations against David Crowley. Authorities did not find David's blood on any of the bullets at the crime scene. Authorities do not know when David, Kamel, and Rania died. What we know for sure is that David Crowley has not been proven guilty.
One, two, three, four.
While my guitar gently weeps.
Hey everyone, thank you for listening to the Gray Stage podcast. Before we get started here, I just want to remind you that if you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. It's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. Download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr., Mind Body Soul Productions, 2020. United States Army veteran and Minnesota filmmaker David Crowley was accused of murdering his wife and daughter before taking his own life in December of 2014. The Apple Valley Police Department suspects the bodies were inside the Minnesota home for 3 weeks after they were found by neighbors on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies, authorities assumed this was a double murder-suicide. The culprit was deceased, and the public was not in any danger. On the day the bodies were found, authorities did not see a bullet hole in the living room ceiling or a bullet in the living room carpet. These were two of the most important items in this case, as they were tied to David Crowley and his daughter. It was only after investigators were told of their existence that they returned to the crime scene on 2 separate occasions and retrieved the 2 spent rounds. What did authorities find in the Crowley house that proved David Crowley murdered his wife and daughter and then killed himself? Without a motive, and with the absence of guilt, the case was closed with the status of exceptionally clear. If David is truly guilty of this crime, then authorities should be forced to prove their theory. The Gray Stage exists solely because of the official conclusion as stated on page 92 of the Apple Valley Police Reports PDF. With the conclusion of the review of digital devices, Detective Brian Bone reported on October 7, 2015, there is no other information available for further investigation. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David Crowley is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. This book, The Gray Stage, is a direct response to the allegations against David Crowley. Due to the lack of evidence against David, I felt it necessary to write this book. One of the reasons I decided to write The Gray Stage was to help convince the Apple Valley Police Department to reopen case number 1500303. Either the Apple Valley Police Department should be forced to prove David Crowley guilty or they should admit the case is unsolved. Because the official investigation failed to prove David Crowley guilty, I can only assume he is not. What other conclusion could I possibly reach under the current circumstances? On the early morning of January 17, 2015, Paleo's barking attracted the attention of Colin Prochnow. Colin indicated that he heard and saw the dog inside of the Crowley residence, Officer Becker reported early this morning, and thought it unusual since he had not seen anyone come and go from the Crowley residence. Mr. Prochnow returned home to discuss the situation with his wife Judy. Judy asked her husband if there were Christmas presents still on the front door stoop of the Crowley house. The Prochnows first noticed Christmas presents on January 10, 2015. Colin then went back to the Crowley home and saw Christmas presents scattered near the front door. Colin was going to collect the gifts and bring them home, but he decided to stack them up by the front door of the Crowley residence instead. That's when the dog attacked the front window, according to Judy Prochnow. Early media reports stated Dan Crowley Jr., David's older brother, dropped off a stack of Christmas presents and several miscellaneous items on December 26 or December 27, 2014. However, the police report clearly states Dan Jr. dropped off the items on December 28. Dan Jr. saw Palaio in the front window but stated he did not knock on the front door and did not look through the front window. Items Dan Crowley left in front of the Crowley home included a $50 invoice for general services rendered by the Lamed Abdel Law Firm. The invoice was dated October 31, 2014 and billed David Crowley for services related to negotiations with the Michael Entertainment Group. David Crowley and MEG were going to pitch the Gray State Project as a television series. The $50 invoice was originally mailed to Hothead Productions, LLC, to David Crowley in Owatonna, Minnesota. Another item discovered on the front stoop was a $14,000 check for David given by his father. The existence of this check was not widely known to the public at first. Early media reports led me to believe David and Kamel were struggling financially. Detective Brian Bone filled out a search warrant application in order to see if there was a financial motive for the crime. Through our investigation, there have been indications that the couple may have had financial troubles. Based on my training and experience, Detective Bone continued, money and debt can be a contributing factor for motive in cases of homicide. Due to the circumstances of the couple's death, I am requesting a search warrant for each of the banks and with AAA credit screening to obtain records of all known accounts, to verify the financial state of the couple, and to verify their financial state at the time of their death. In reviewing the records from Wells Fargo, Detective Brian Bone later concluded, I found that the Crowleys had money in the bank but were decreasing their savings and checking account balances during the time from July 2014 and January 2015. With a $14,000 check on David's front doorstep and a working deal to make Gray State a television series, it's easy to understand why a financial motive was never found. Had it not been for the Christmas presents near the front door and the barking dog inside the Crowley residence, Colin Prochnow might not have discovered the bodies on January 17th. Officer Tara Becker recorded audio statements from both Colin and Judy Prochnow. According to one of Officer Becker's supplemental reports, Colin looked through the front window and observed what he thought to be dummies. Colin stated that he now knows that they were the bodies of the deceased, but initially he thought that they were dummies or some type of props that were left in the residence to appear as though they were home when they weren't. Mr. Prochnow then returned home to explain what he saw to his wife. Colin saw what he wanted to be mannequins, Judy Prochnow told me on March 24, 2017. And the reason he said mannequins is because of the condition the bodies were in. Without heads and things like that, you just don't expect to see headless bodies anyway. Judy also explained to me what she saw when she looked through the front window. I saw David lying on the floor, away from Kamel and Ra and the baby. I thought it was a mannequin at first too, and then I realized it wasn't. I couldn't figure out what was wrong until I noticed that there was a spine with a small piece of skull attached. I looked by the couch, Judy continued, and I saw a big bundle of things. I thought at first it was a big butt, and I saw a little hand. Then I realized that they were all dead, and it was our neighbors. Judy was certain the three bodies were David, Kamel, and Rania before she contacted authorities. Mrs. Prochnow then went home and dialed 911. Police and fire dispatch received her call at 12:56 p.m. Yes, this is Judy Prochnow, and I live at 1055 Ramsdale Drive. Yes. Judy then told dispatch, I think there's been a murder or a suicide next door. Years later, when I asked Judy why she used the words murder or suicide during that 911 call, the response was not what I expected. I'm not one of you, Judy told me. I'm not suspicious if someone dies. I don't automatically assume they were murdered. Yet Judy specifically mentioned murder or suicide to the dispatch operator. I meant murdered as in Kamel and the baby, Judy clarified. It just jumped in my head because they were all dead. That was the only way I could think of that they would be dead, is that he murdered them and then committed suicide because there was a gun next to him. It just looks like there's a pile of bodies, Judy explained to the dispatcher, and one like the head is eaten off. Oh no, the dispatcher responded. I suppose by the dog, Judy continued, And my husband thought they were dummies, but the hands look real, and they would have been there since before Christmas. Welcome to the Gray Stage Podcast, episode number 2, Finding the Bodies. I'm Greg Fernandez Jr. Today we are joined by Dan Hennon, Sophia, Stephanie, and our good friend Ann. Today's topic will cover what we just read, Finding the Bodies, from my book, The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr. You can download that right now if you go to thegraystage.wordpress.com. You can download it for free. Don't forget to join the group, the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, if you haven't already, a group that Dan Hennon started, and we're almost at 3,000 members. That's awesome. So thank you all for listening. Thank you all for everything that you do. God bless you all. Let's get to the show.
Can I ask everybody, who else goes over and rearranges their neighbors' doorsteps?
I wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean,
especially with all the packages that go missing, you're likely to, somebody would think you're trying to steal the packages off your porch if they were over there messing with them.
Yeah, I live in an apartment complex, and the people right across from us were on vacation for 2 weeks during Christmas, and one of their HelloFresh boxes was out there. I didn't touch it because, I let the manager know about it for the apartment complex, but I didn't touch it because you just don't know.
You don't know what could be in it. You don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know anything at that point.
And, I just didn't want to get blamed for anything that happened. So I think the apartment complex sent them an email, but that was about it. And it stayed there. They were very lucky that it stayed there.
Holland Prochnow sees them scattered, stacks them up. Do they look like they've been there for 3 weeks?
Look like they had been there for a few days, especially because one of them looked rather damp. The one that was wrapped, that looked pretty damp. The paper looked warped. So, to me, it looked like a few days, but 3 weeks? No.
I mean, they're not noticed until January 10th.
I don't see that paper bag not being just completely saturated if they were there for that long.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the paper bag stayed on that doorstep. If it had been windy and knocked those packages everywhere, I could see that taking it down the block if something wasn't weighted on top of it.
I was going to say that walkway wasn't plowed or shoveled. There was snow accumulated on that. So it must have taken some effort to get from the driveway, which was plowed, to the front door, and then to make the effort to rearrange all the packages. If they really thought, hey, why are these packages sitting here? I haven't seen my neighbors. Why wouldn't you just call the police and do a safety check?
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Okay, so Dan Jr. dropped these gifts off on December 28th. You only have one person, really, who sees them January 10th. I don't think any of the other neighbors mentioned seeing any gifts aside from that day. And then, of course, you have the $14,000 check, too.
Which I find is odd because Dan Crowley Sr. wasn't calling to say, hey, how come you haven't cashed this? There's no mention of any emails or text messages, from Dan Sr. I think that out of everything, that would have been a major key to reach out and ask about.
I think that check being there is what really made me go, wait, what? Because, if it's just like little presents that don't really have much value, yeah, if I was going to leave presents, I probably would, but not a check that big. A check that big, I would never leave on anybody's doorstep. I don't care how rich you are, you're not going to leave that much money on a doorstep and not at least contact the person or knock on the door or something, like either when you're doing it or shortly after you've left them there, to make sure that, they got that check.
Here's what I would say about the check, because this has come up over the last 5 years. So the concept is this: the size of the check is huge, and some say it's really large, some say it's not, and we found out that it's the tax amount that's I think the maximum you can give someone on a tax year for tax reasons to consider it as a gift. And so if Dan Crowley Sr. did this for each one of his 3 children, it would make sense. Now I also think that he gave that paper bag and along with some gifts, because he's 45 minutes away, Dan Jr. probably offered to say, I'll drop the gifts off at David's house on the way through to my house, which is where he was living on the way to St. Paul at the time. And so that part makes sense, which we have to assume that if Dan Jr. dropped the gifts off, is more than likely 100% true. Dan Sr. wouldn't have known that he wouldn't have stopped over, opened the door, dropped, given it hand to hand to David. We hear a lot of, why would the check be left there? Number one, Dan Jr. didn't know a $14,000 check was in that bag, more than likely. And Dan, he was probably mortified when he found out later that Dan Jr. just dropped everything off on the steps and left. So I don't believe it was intended on that it was left out like that. Now, the other thing is what I have brought up myself right after we found out this information. I would be cognizant of the fact if I gave someone a $14,000 check with that person to see, assuming they would have cashed it right away. That's the intent, that's the purpose of the whole thing. And after a week went by and it still hadn't cleared, you don't have to wait till the bank statement to come. You can certainly log on and see that it still hadn't been cashed. And so 3 weeks later raises my eyebrows that he didn't check. Now, what Sophia said, we don't see text evidence or phone calls that Dan Sr. was calling David to say, hey, what's that check? How come we didn't cash it? It's still, sitting out there outstanding as if it hadn't been cashed. But I don't think Dan, the dad, knew that it was sitting on the front stoop for 3 weeks. Even if it wasn't sitting on, maybe it was only sitting there for a week. I still think that he took all that stuff from Christmas when he left the residence from celebrating Christmas, and maybe he hung on to it for a couple of weeks and then dropped it off on January 10th or so. As far as that's the first evidence that we see of any of the neighbors physically seeing gifts on the step. But I do believe that Dan Jr. had all this stuff in his possession the whole time. The gifts, the honest to goodness gifts from the family, some of the gifts from himself, and a package from his father that was just in a paper bag that I believe was stapled shut. So I don't think Dan Jr. knew the contents of what was in the bag. If he did, he probably would have signed over that check for himself, I guess. But I don't want to assume anything. But the last thing on that, too, is if Dan Sr. was in on this scheme, it certainly makes him look good, like a caring father, giving cash to his son. Well, we know they were on bad terms and they weren't speaking, and David wasn't telling him the truth of what was really going on in his life. If Dan Sr. was in on it, that's a great alibi here. A big sizable check there, knowing that the recipient would never cash it. It's only going to make him look good when the investigators get there. So that was also tossed about as an option, that he left it on purpose, that amount, that huge amount, as a gift at Christmas time as a loving dad and a doting father to his son and wife and granddaughter. That could also be the case, because that's what alerted me when I saw the amount and the size of that check. I thought that's very convenient, because who's going to blame or even want to point a finger at Dan Sr. by being such a nice, caring, doting dad? But if he did that on purpose, knowing that it would never be cashed, I'm surprised he didn't write a check for $50,000 or $100,000. But it was at $15,000, which means he probably did have some logic in there about that tax code. Maybe he had done this in the past. We know that Dan Sr. was on not good terms, and Dan Sr. was caught lying to authorities in the police report with his various phone calls and text messages that were not validated or supported by evidence. So who knows?
That's a really good insight. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything else on the $14,000 check or the all those presents and all that stuff that was found on the front stoop?
I have. This is Dan. I have one more comment on the gifts. Some of the presents, if you did look at those photographs of the contents of the gifts that were Christmas gifts from the brother Dan, there were target and shooting practice and targets not just of regular, simple bullseye targets, but they were all morbid and zombie type of images and skin falling off and skeletonized kind of images, which leads one to suspect that this was planned and arranged, and he was included in the killing. Was this some type of a message sent or a coded, something else? That the images of some of those, of the hand, of the skin coming off the hand, and the skeletonized fingers of these dead zombies, on the shooting targets were very strange. And those were the gifts from Dan Crowley Jr., the brother of David, who dropped them off, and who was more likely connected with this case in some way, shape, or form, either directly or indirectly, was connected. Did he buy those on purpose in the target practice? Very, very strange. Remember, he had been not on good talking terms since August of that year with his own brother, and whatever was said by Dan Jr. resulted in David ultimately crying, and Comel had to console him after whatever happened. So we know whatever it was pretty serious, and it caused the irreparable connection there with that they stopped talking altogether. It damaged that relationship so bad. But who knows? But then to go out and get them like target shooting gifts and being nice to drop off the gifts there, who knows? It was very, very strange. And then to go back earlier to the dates, we know we got the dates wrong, but just to clarify, it wasn't Dan Jr. who got the dates wrong. He said to police that it was the December 28th that he dropped them off. The Star Tribune article that was quoted by another friend, Mason Hendricks, said that he thought that the brother Dan dropped them off either the 26th or the 27th. He couldn't remember. And so he may have gotten the dates wrong, or it may have been what Dan told him. But we don't have evidence that Dan Jr. Told Mason that it was the 26th or the 27th. So we don't know that Dan got it wrong. He certainly may have, but we know the Star Tribune just quoted what Mason said, and he said 26th or 27th, and that was coming right from Mason Hendricks' mouth.
Okay.
So we really don't know. It may have been on purpose once again, all to serve as a distraction, being the first two dates were wrong, and then we finally get the 28th, and now we find out 5 years later that the 28th more likely wasn't true either. All three of those dates could have been set as a trap, as bait to get us focusing on what date they were dropped off, when in all reality, all three dates were wrong.
Yeah, because they have a habit of giving us wrong information.
Correct.
And I think it's just a game to them.
That was done on purpose. That could have been a misinformation. The difference between, for the newer listeners out there, the difference between misinformation and disinformation is really one word. It's the word intent. Misinformation is you honestly didn't know, you just got the dates wrong. It sounds like that's what Mason Hendricks happened here, was misinformation. But we know that Dan Crowley potentially lied to police when he did tell them it was 28th. If those gifts weren't laying there that entire time, then that's a lie. And then all three dates would then potentially become disinformation, meaning it was done on purpose to sidetrack, to mislead, to deceive. And so that's more than likely, I think, what we're dealing with here. But we don't have anything to support that.
The only two questions I would have on that $14,000 check was, like you were saying, is this something that David's dad does for him every year? The other thing I would like to know is what date that check was dated. What date was that check signed on?
And the other thing with the $14,000, just to jump in here, is that's something that Dan Jr. or even Allison, the sister, could have come forward with either on our page or left a message or a note to say, look, Dad's been doing this for all three of us kids for 5 years, something to the effect. Or, heck no, we've never heard about it. Why the heck was he giving it to David, not us? We could have given something like that. We could have been, provided something like that. But then keep in mind, if they did willingly provide some kind of information like that, it would have probably been doubted or scrutinized anyway. So I think that's more of it's a horse apiece there. But the $14,000, very interested. It does seem to lend credence to the fact that the family was having trouble financially, which they also thought that David and Comel were having financial, they were fighting off some debt. They weren't able to pay bills. And here you see this big check that kind of, to young investigators, homicide detectives like this, they probably thought, wow, they were having a hard time. So maybe he did snap. Not soon enough. He didn't open that mail soon enough to get this check. It may have changed his decision from killing his whole family. So I think it also helped to cement the fact that they were having financial problems, which to me is sketchy. The whole check is sketchy because it only favors one side of the narrative. Dan Crowley looks better for sending it. David Crowley looks worse for potentially, allegedly needing it. When in fact, if it was just a gift and no one needed it, Dan Crowley Sr., the father, was known in the Owatonna area. Neighbors and family and friends did call him a millionaire. Whether that's true or not, he did have money, he did have extra cash, and he was successful. And at the end of the year, if he wanted to get rid of some of his tax debt or tax burden and give gifts to the children to help defray that, that would certainly make sense. That does not mean to say that David Crowley needed it because he was constrained financially. And that's what I think the young detectives thought. They saw the money, they said, boy, this guy must be struggling to make ends meet. And sure enough, here's a check from his loving father, trying to help do what he can to, make the family succeed. And really, that had nothing to do with anything. It may have been just an annual event that check came that time of the year. Who knows?
That's what drives me crazy about this case is that there are assumptions where people are saying, oh, they were struggling. No, they weren't. They had money. Their bills were paid. They weren't in debt. They were paying for a house and stuff like that. But they didn't have negative credit or past due bills and delinquencies on their credit report, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree. Sophia, I agree because even that narrative was pushed all the way up until we received the bank statements that they were in financial straits. They were struggling financially to try to make ends meet. Once those bank statements from Wells Fargo and the checking account statements and the credit card statements came through, we all got to see very clearly how frugal this family was, spending very little here and making bill payments on time, making the mortgage, setting aside a budget to get things done on time. We've seen in some of the notes to make sure things are paid. There was only one instance that I saw over the entire year that they were late on a payment and did get hit with a late charge. And that was it. So that was not a regular occurrence. They were very frugal, prudent people as far as young family, a young married couple with a child paying bills. That they were not behind, they were not ahead. They were, I think they were very good. They were very prudent. And after looking at that, really impacted me by looking at those statements. And it reminded me a lot as a young married person with children, the type of bookkeeping and the accounting that I myself did. Notes here and there and reminders to pay bills and things like that. So they were very, I think, honest to goodness, doing the right thing, having the bills come in and paying the bills, paying their bank statements in full, and living not outside their means at all. They were not living extravagant at all.
Didn't they have some real estate company in California that was running a credit check on him and Kamel?
Yes. It was ran 2 times, I believe, once in October or November, one of those months, and then again in January.
Though, if you spread the story around that they're, broke and having trouble making ends meet, and he lost his book deal, he lost his movie deal, he lost his TV deal, decided to walk from, the California deal because it didn't feel right, then it kind of makes sense why he would have killed himself.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at all of the credit reports, all of the financial information, that's when that whole story falls apart, because you realize that nothing in any of their credit reports or credit history at all shows that they were struggling at all, anywhere.
then Camille makes 2 phone calls the very day that the payment for the house bounced. And basically that was just a automatic withdrawal from David's other account. I'm trying to remember this.
Like it was set up already.
Mm-hmm.
It was a transfer into one account.
Correct. And so she just made 2 calls, and the second call was the one that transferred the money from David's account to that account, their joint that paid for the house. So it was done very quickly and settled. And there was a rumor going around over the summer saying that their house was in foreclosure at the time of their deaths, and they were behind in their bills and struggling and everything. And that was not the case whatsoever.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it was in the Apple Valley Police Department report. Did they find some, like, silver bars in the basement, too? I remember seeing that.
Or gold coins?
Yes.
Yeah, something
both
like
of them,
that.
Yeah,
So
silver.
if they were struggling financially, they could have just cashed in.
Right.
That's a really good point.
They had
so much in that basement.
They had so much stuff in that basement that he could have taken to a number of places and gotten enough money to make a mortgage payment. If he was really honestly struggling for the money, that is.
I'd like to, bottom of page 5, just clarify 2, what I would call carefully crafted statements by police, whether it was intended or not. But you do see that Detective Brian Bone says that through our investigation, there have been indications that the couple may have had financial troubles. Key word there is may. I think a statement like that could be written about any family they find in a murder, suicide, or a murder. It's very open-ended the way he phrased that there may have been financial difficulties. That could be with anybody. And then he goes on to say, based on my training and experience, which is very interesting to say, it's beefing up his credibility, a statement like that. It says money and debt can be a contributing factor for motive in cases of a homicide. That statement I would agree with 100%. That's most of your motives for crimes are that money and debt. He's not saying anything about the Crowleys here. He just says history and training shows that money and debt can be a contributor to homicide. That's a fair statement.
Yeah.
He goes on to say that due to the circumstances of the couple's death, he's requesting, a warrant for the banks to verify the financial state at the time of their death. I think that's fair to say, and he did get that. He did get the information from Wells Fargo. Then he goes on to say, and this is the last thing, is I found the Crowleys had money in the bank, but were decreasing their savings and checking account balances during the time from July to January, 2014 to 2015. That I feel is a very interesting word sentence by Detective Bone. It helps lend credibility to the fact that they were canceling and closing out everything on their way to being despondent and depressed and to kill the family. It helps push that narrative that they were decreasing their balances. Now, I've seen the bank balances and the credit card statements from every month that Brian Bone is talking about here. And some balances, they're higher. Some balances, the monthly balance is lower. There's no trend there whatsoever. So I find that very odd that he put that in there like that, making it sound that the trend was going down, that it was getting down to almost zero. It's kind of what he's alluding to here, is what he's trying to make the reader think by reading this. So I think he's planting, more seeds are being planted with a statement like that.
I found it very normal, I guess you could say, if they were planning on moving from Minnesota to another state. It, to me, almost seemed like they were just going through getting everything set and ready to move. Like they went to the dentist, which that's something I did before I moved to a different state. That way I had everything up to date and I didn't, in case there was some time between losing one insurance and getting onto another one. But in looking at that kind of stuff, in my opinion, I didn't see anything that really said that they were desperate or hurting for money. It all seemed pretty natural with what they were doing. It didn't seem at all like they were planning a double murder, suicide, or anything like that. Because why would you care if you go to the dentist or not if in 2 weeks you're going to be blowing everybody's head off?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they had, not only were looking, they were actually had I believe they had a real estate agent in California that were already looking at homes for them. And so they were planning on moving, and they had already decided, which state. It wasn't just simply to move. And they had zeroed in on a location in California that they were looking at homes already, narrowing down the criteria search as far as what kind of home they would like to live in. So Detective Bone, I think, was wrong on that information. He could have done further drill down searches on this to conclude that they were not having financial problems. In fact, they were looking to move because of this contract deal.
And the other thing to consider, too, they had their daughter enrolled in a very expensive school.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. That is
correct. That was in Minnesota here, that type of the Montessori that she was enrolled in was no cheap school. That was a higher end learning option for her at that age. And you got to go through, and they'll do a credit check and a background, and you got to qualify just to send your child to that school. So I think all of this information lends with actual evidence that lends credibility to the fact that they were not in financial dire straits. Comel had even went to this at length to say that she was writing a book and let her dietitian license in the state of Minnesota lapse. She let it expire. So that also leads to the fact that she's probably looking to re-up her license in another state.
Then we go to Officer Tara Becker, and we get to what Colin actually saw. Colin looked through the front window, and he observed what he thought to be dummies. Here's the thing. He thought that they were dummies or some type of props that were left in the residence to appear as though they were home when they weren't. I mean, it's not only weird to just think that these were dummies, but looking at how the bodies were actually laid out, what happened to those bodies and everything, that was made, it was made so that somebody would think that they were home when they weren't.
I don't see how the way the bodies were laid out, how anybody could assume that that was purposely done, because I don't know anybody in their right mind that would lay dummies out like that.
Right.
I mean, to me, that's a great way to get somebody to call the cops and say, hey, look, you better go check that out. I do think that right there, where he thought they were dummies at first, would be what someone who is not a suspicious person would automatically jump to.
Correct. I agree with that.
Because if you're a suspicious person, your automatic response is, oh, they were murdered or they killed themselves. If you're not a suspicious person, I think this is a perfect guess onto what could possibly be going on in that house if you don't have a suspicious mindset.
Yeah, I agree, Stephanie. I think this is the telltale sign, I believe, that Colin Prochnow was an unsuspecting or unwitting victim. If Judy was part of this, he was certainly not in the know. The response and the answers that he gave were, I think, would be consistent with that of a normal person stumbling upon bodies like that. Mannequins, dummies. I think that's what most people would think. Now,
right.
The part that I agree with on Greg is I don't like the fact that he used the phrase, they were set up to make it look like someone was home. And I don't know if that's just Colin not knowing what he said, or if he was in a state of shock when he made that quote. That doesn't make sense. It's not like they were sitting up in chairs fully clothed, like some kind of a prank or something, or for a movie set or a prop or something. They were lying on the ground with missing limbs. I don't get that statement as far as made to look as if someone was home. But I do agree with the mannequins and dummies. I think a normal person seeing something like that would probably think that's what it was. And so I think that's when Judy, I think at that point, had to do something to get him back over there, because I feel she was in the know, and they were intended to find the bodies. And she said, no, I think you better go back. Her response is not a typical response of someone that's consistent with being shocked at what they've seen. Her 911 call was very suspicious, and this whole thing. Colin does seem to be an unwitting person here that's not in the know, is what it seems like to me. He's not acting. He has everything that he does seems to be authentic and organic. His response, his 911 phone call, he's just shocked. Judy's is more of a script or bullet points that she's reading off and rattling off to 911 dispatchers and saying, Colin, go back over there, check it out. There's no way they're mannequins. And then the neighbor wants to come over and look inside, and she says, no, don't look. It's awful. So Judy's the one leading questions and planting seeds. Colin, I think, is just answering a normal way a grandfather would probably answer being shocked like that, not knowing. I think he would think they were mannequins or dummies. I just don't agree with that they were made to look like someone was living there. I don't understand that.
I also want to jump in and say, like, if you look in here, Judy tells the neighbor, don't look in the house, it's awful. But she was also one of the people who came to the justice page early on. And initially, people actually were very sympathetic towards her and felt bad at what she saw. And she went into graphic detail early in this case about the condition of the bodies. I mean, it's strange to me. She tells the neighbor not to look, but she's going to go on a public Facebook page and describe graphic details of what she saw that's not consistent. And I remember when she was doing it, it was really quite shocking and disturbing at the time.
And that was 5 years ago today.
Yeah.
Oh, she's still joking about it to this day, about the state of the bodies and the tragic deaths of David, Camille, and Lonnie. To this day, she is joking about it. It's incredibly sick.
That's just as sick as the friends online putting on public forums all the disgusting comments that they made. Like, if this is your friend and you believe that he committed this crime, why on earth would you be making a sick joke like that? Or it's not just one thing that they said. It's at least 10 different comments that several of these friends made. Everybody was sympathetic to all of these friends and Judy until the comments, because those comments are what say, oh, you don't need our sympathy.
You're talking about the dog barking at the window and Jan Jr.? I was going to say, Jan Jr. said the dog attacked the window. There was somebody on the justice page, knickknacks and books, and none of the knickknacks are disturbed. There's still dust sitting on there. The books are straight up and down. How did the dog get to the window? If he was jumping on the shelf, wouldn't the objects on top of it be falling to the floor or something?
That's a very good point, is they should have fallen if he was viciously attacking the window like it was said.
Yeah, and those, for the newer listeners, newer members of the group, it was not a sturdy bookcase there in front of that window. It was kind of a wobbly, flimsy case there that did have books on it and some knickknacks at the top. Beside those two bookcases, I think there was two. There was a very little space in the middle for a dog to get in to jump up at the window, and there was no space on the left side of the window because that's where the Christmas tree was. The right side of the window had a little space from the bookshelf to the opening of the window that the dog could have jumped up on to do the barking. But we see images from the crime scene showing that curtain was closed overhanging that section of it. But then later on the same photos that they were taking, that curtain was subsequently wide open. So the curtain was moved, but it does allow us to see where the dog could have potentially jumped up to attack the window. But that space was very small to do so. And none of the knickknacks, like the gal said earlier, were disturbed, knocked over. If a dog jumped up there and attacked, those things could have been flying all over, those little knickknacks, but they weren't. So it's very strange. And Judy said later on another comment before all the FOIA requests came out, she said the dog was up there because that's where the couch was. The sofa was in front of that big picture window. And the dog was jumped up there and attacked the window from the sofa. And she went on pretty heavy on the comment section on the people.com, the People magazine website when the article came out and when the story broke nationwide. She spent the best part of that afternoon on the comment section heavily trolling there and telling everyone that the dog jumped up because there was a sofa in front of that picture window. And so when the photos came out soon after that, that showed that no sofa was even close to that front picture window, that's when some of her story started collapsing.
She is very obsessed with this case. The amount of time she spends online looking for this case on the different forums, different articles, Reddit, YouTube, everything, and then she goes into the comment sections and stuff like that. This is unhealthy.
For just somebody who was just a neighbor, it's a very unhealthy thing. To play devil's advocate, you could say fairly that, I myself have a very unhealthy fascination with this case. However, as Ann just pointed out, Colin, as Judy told everybody, Colin was having a very serious, a very troubling time trying to get over what he saw, by himself, which, that's completely understandable. But as Ann was saying, if you know that's going on with your husband, why on earth are you going to sit here 5 years later and still be one of the main people attacking people for going against the official narrative? The way that she's gone about this whole thing since day one when the bodies were found is just very, very concerning.
When she calls in, and the second thing that she says is, I think there's been a murder or a suicide next door.
Mm-hmm.
She has to understand why people would start asking questions about her, jumping to conclusions so early. And it's not just that. Just like how Dan was saying, if you compare the two 911 calls, they're like night and day. Looking through the same window, the exact same window. These are two people that have lived together for a very long time. Looking through the same window, one sees dummies, the other sees a murder or a suicide and describes dog scavenging. It's a big, big difference. It's confusing when you have two people also calling in about the same thing that, again, live in the same house and they're not even on the same page about who's going to call 911. They both end up doing it.
And that gets back into the misinformation or disinformation. Was that done on purpose to, all this chaos we had? Was that all planted to create that, to confuse on purpose? My first request, before I requested the FOIA for the police log, was the audio transcript, the audio of Judy's 911 call. At that point, I didn't know Colin made a call. I didn't know two people made a call. I asked for the audio. was quickly shut down by saying, we can't send the audio, but we can send you a transcript of what was said. And I said, that sounds good. So that was odd. Is that a common thing that they will not send out the actual 911 phone call in audio format? I think that would be very telling by the inflection of the voice and how it was stated by Judy. I think that would be very, very telling.
With the other case that I received from Apple Valley, we received the audio recordings for that case. I'm not sure if we received the 911 call, but we got the interviews, and that was very enlightening, wasn't it, Greg?
Yeah.
I think that in the future, if this case was to be reopened or reinvestigated, the thing we should get is the audio of that 911 call and the interview videos of the interviews police held on surveillance, and they were captured on audio and video, I think, of the interviews, and also the dash cam of Tara Becker's squad car that was positioned at the scene of the house that was aimed, the camera was aimed directly at that front door and was left on, I believe, for 4 straight hours. Dash cam video does exist. And that'd be able to pick up the movements and the actions, I guess, of the first responders. But this 911 call would be interesting, just to hear it in the voice of someone, and then be able to give that to someone that does language a breakdown, if that's someone lying or being authentic or organic or reading from a script or planting seeds. I think that'd be a good one to get to do a test on the actual audio of that 911 call. That may also be the reason that it was also been held back. If they don't want that to get out, because you can tell so much from a person's voice on that call, might be the first reason that they shut that first thing down right away by saying, we're not going to release that.
Good point. No, there's 2, so we want both of those calls, right? From Judy and Colin.
And I have requested them. I was just shut down by...
Did they give any reason or anything, or...
Mm-mm.
I mean, is it worth?
Never given a reason. They just.
I don't see why they won't just
redacted.
They just hand out the same thing, almost as if, okay, well, if somebody asks for this, just send them this. But I mean, they should at least give us a reason. Maybe we should press them on that a little bit. There should be a reason for that.
Because I had made a very detailed list, and specifically requested like the dash cams and that footage from Tara Becker, from that vehicle, and everything was ignored. Every single thing that I asked for was ignored. And Dan, I'm happy to give you a copy of that for you so that you can see exactly what I had requested.
A screenshot of that, or just a 1 page of that particular request would be good. You can shoot that over on an email or something. I do think that they're not going to provide that for sure. But and I had also requested on an official transcript that dash cam recording of Officer Tara Becker's car, that squad car, that they said in the police report the note was on, the video was on, and the note said it was recording. I think it was, if memory serves, I think it was 4 hours straight that thing was on. That would have been interesting just to see, not from the Judy or Colin perspective, but to see the actions of and how they were going about, who was going in, who was going out. It wouldn't have captured anything in the backyard, but it would have been just the front, kind of more of the scene.
Yeah.
But that was rejected as well.
I don't see why it would be an issue, though. I mean, it's just playing it at the house.
Correct. There should be that should be the first thing being able to receive. And I said in my note, too, if there's a cost, for making a DVD or burning a CD, and something like that, I'll gladly reimburse you the costs of what it would take to put the time and effort into transferring that to, the 4-hour recording. And nope, that was still shut down. So I think by this time when the FOIA started coming through, I think at this time, one can conclude that the higher up in the Apple Valley Police Department already were given the order to start limiting what's coming out in this case, or one could call it the cover-up on the aftermath of all this, because what we got versus what we didn't get was already was already censored right at the beginning, what we were getting and what we were told.
Right.
And that's it was after that point is when I went to the Apple Valley Police Department Facebook page and gave them a 1-star review saying the detectives handled this case very poorly. And it wasn't done in bad taste. I didn't use foul language or go in there yelling and screaming. I just left a note saying that 1 out of 5 stars that the investigators handled this case poorly. And it wasn't but a couple of weeks later that it was that comment was removed. And then I asked who removed the comment and why. That's the whole purpose of having ratings and comments, much like Yelp or a restaurant review. You want to see the good and the bad. And I had nothing written poorly or in distaste. It was an honest feeling that I have to this day. It's a 1-star out of 5 of how the detectives handled that case. And they never got back to me as far as why it was removed, who removed it, and for what reason would they take out a review on their Facebook page. So all these things lead back to the suppression of information started at the very beginning with these folks. And that's not to say they were involved in the murder. That just lends, I would say, it supports the evidence. It supports the fact that they were somehow covering up in the aftermath of this event.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up unless anybody else has anything else on the 911 call. I think that's a great place to kind of end it. We'll end it on page 9.
I'd like to make a quick comment about the 911 call, and that's if you are looking in your window of your neighbor's house and seeing these horrific scenes, you have no idea what happened or if there's a danger in your neighborhood. Why would you leave your spouse and make 2 separate 911 calls? If it was me, I wouldn't let go of my spouse. I'd want to keep that person in eyesight and be safe. I just thought that was bizarre. And then they didn't seem to realize the other was calling.
Around this time, Colin Prochnow called 911, but before he did, Colin went 1 house east of David's and spoke with Tuppy. Now, Officer Tara Becker reported what happened next. Tuppy stated that the Crowleys were brought to her attention today when her other neighbor, Colin Prochnow, came over and asked if she knew where the Crowleys might be. Tuppy stated she thought they had possibly gone to Texas for the holidays and just weren't back yet.
Thank you.
So she called David's landline. Is that the landline number? The 0461? I thought it was a cell phone number.
Have a landline.
I didn't think they had a landline either.
Okay. And that's possible that she just got that wrong or that...
I thought maybe Mr. Alam, wasn't he paying for their cell phone lines at one point and then he stopped, so they had to get new numbers? I just kind of thought that was the reason that the call didn't go through, but I agree. It's odd that it's almost like Judy had to race Colin to the phone, and then the 911 operators, the way he spoke to Colin, I thought that was really rather odd, because wouldn't you be wanting to, right, wouldn't you be trying to get as much information as you can, you know? Like, it's almost like they were like, listen, we already talked to your wife, so why are you calling? Like, it's wrong that he was calling. Which, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they only want one person to call to report a crime, and that's it. The way they don't have to track down as much. Who knows? If you looked in your neighbor's window and saw this, why are you leaving your husband at all? You don't know if there's somebody still stalking around coming to do the same thing to you next. Like in every other 911 call I've listened to, it's, okay, hold on, stay on the line with us, help is on the way, not, okay, goodbye, get off the phone.
I think the only other thing that I want to get everybody's thoughts on are this gun, because if you read the 911 transcript, it's not clear by that if Judy saw this gun. Just in this call, if we're just looking at this call here, She's saying that Colin saw it. She never really says that she saw it. And that kind of bothered me because I wanted some type of statement in this thing. She's so clear about all of these things, it should be clear whether she saw that gun or whether she didn't. But she's asked, and she says, yes, my husband saw it. She doesn't say, yes, I saw it.
Okay, so right before they ask him what his name is, so he says, yeah, it's 10:51. Would somebody like to come over and, what is it, do a welfare or well check or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
And the dispatcher says, okay, you said 10:51 for them? And Colin, I don't think there are any bodies, but but it looks like there's a gun next to one, a handgun. And then they say, okay, and what's your name again? And he spells his name, and they ask for his phone number, and they give a cell phone number, a house number, and then the dispatcher says, okay, all right, just 1 second. And then Colin starts explaining that, they were out of town and they saw a presence. And after he gets done saying this, the dispatcher says, okay, did you already call? And Colin says, what? Yeah, we tried calling that cell number and nobody answered. And the dispatcher says, no, I mean, did you already call us? Your wife already called us. Judy just called us. And Judy says, the dispatcher says, okay, you saw the gun on the floor. And Judy says, yes, my husband saw it. He's not here right now. He's talking to the other neighbor. We hadn't seen any movement over there and all that. So Colin saw the gun. She didn't.
It's not clear. Right. It's not clear if she did.
Right.
Right?
Right. If she did, she does not specifically say it anywhere. She does specifically say her husband saw it, but she doesn't specifically say, yes, I saw it too. Which, if she could see in such detail the fingernails, wouldn't you think she would have noticed the gun? Because that's something more recognizable. You could recognize a gun better than you can a body that's just got like a little bit of a skull and hair stuck to it.
It's kind of how you don't call 911. They should use that.
Yeah, this is the exact way you don't call us.
Don't do this. Because it's just really bad. I mean, there's nothing here that you just go, oh my, like, what are you talking about? It's way too much guessing going on.
Okay, I want to thank you all for listening to the Gray Stage Podcast number 2. I really appreciate all of you. This will be a monthly podcast. We're going to try to put out something new every month. Our goal is to try to reach as many researchers as possible to put the information in this book in the hands of as many people as possible. That is the goal of this podcast. That is the goal of the book that I wrote. Hey everyone, thank you for listening to the Gray Stage Podcast. Before we podcast right from your phone or computer, Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. Download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. Hi everyone, thank you for joining me here. This is going to be part of a bonus show for the podcast, the Gray Stage Podcast. And we were informed that let me take a few steps back here. One of the big questions was, one of the questions that I had was, what was the last known interview that David Crowley ever did publicly? And we know he was posting on Facebook and on social media publicly up until December. And it doesn't appear to be anything weird or anything odd from his other posts, going back all the way to 2012 and all of that. So I don't see anything strange about what he was posting in those last couple months on social media. But trying to find the last known interview or podcast or anything that David Crowley did, I couldn't really find anything for 2014. So I don't know, that was like, well, maybe he just didn't record anything in 2014. But what you're about to hear right now is a very special interview with someone who was listening to a podcast in 2014.
And Officer Broughton has been there a while. He's since retired. So he was a senior level. He was a veteran. He knew what was going on. You can tell by his comments and his statements and his reports that things were very well detailed. I mean, he said, I opened the door and there was, he said, quote, an overpowering odor of decaying flesh. Now that would make sense for bodies being there. So I got family and friends that are in law enforcement. The first few days, up to a week, is when it's going to be the most horrendous. After that, the smell is still bad, but it backs off a little bit. The most overpowering is that first week, probably the first maybe days 3 through 7. And so when he says overpowering, that leads me to believe it's in that 7 to 10 day window that the bodies were sitting there. If it was 3 weeks, it would still stink, but I don't think you see the word overpowering, because by that time the stench is for the most part gone away. So that's the only other thing I can say on that. He does say the word overpowering, and that's the same adjective I get when talking with family and friends in law enforcement when they talk about that. Yes, it's going to smell later on as well, but if it's overpowering, it's in its first round of the whole rigor mortis. And so that's where I lean into that earlier stage, and I don't buy the 3 week stage because of Broughton's comment. And that's why I wanted to interview him. I talked to him on the phone after he resigned and retired. And I said, if I'd like to meet and go over the case with you, and I could meet, because I'm only 30 minutes away. And he said, well, let me run it past some people and I'll let you know, but I'm open to, have a cup of coffee. And then he called back and says, I talked to, Gummert, and I didn't really have anything to do with the case, so I don't think we should meet.
What do we know about Community Service Officer, CSO, Brian Booth? Because he's the one who was called to help take the dog out of the house. So I guess Community Service Officer Brian Booth had some experience with dogs at this point. There was a reason why he was called to help take this dog out of this house.
I just always assumed that he was like a dog catcher or worked for the pound.
That's kind of what I thought, too.
Maybe I'm reading way too much into it.
Like, I never really thought much about it. Like, he came and got the dog, so I thought, oh, okay, so he knows about dogs. And then but just further along, you just kind of forget that he was the one who came.
And he just throws Paleo in the back of the truck and leaves him there for hours.
That's a good topic, Sophia, because the phrasing here had some questions early on in the case in the Justice page, because it says that he got there, got the dog out, and put him into the bed of my truck where he stayed until roughly 1900 hours. Now, 1900 hours at 7 p.m., and that day I think it was 17 degrees outside on a January day in Minnesota in winter. So we assumed it was a pickup truck with an open bed. Later they said, no, the only squad cars that were there were SUVs and like a Ford Explorer type of a thing, and that's where the dog was. And I said, here in Minnesota, you don't call that the bed unless it's a pickup truck. So why would he explain it as the CSO officer saying I took Paleo and put him in the bed of my truck? And really he just meant essentially the back seat or the way back area of an SUV. Just had him there. So the car was on, the car was running, so the car was warm, and so I put to bed any stress there was from members of the page thinking, why was Paleo standing outside in the shivering cold in a pickup truck? So they said they had the car running, so which prompted the next question. We said he had the car running till 7 p.m. after getting there at 1. So straight out.
Well, the great thing about this book is it's like Dan said in the foreword. That was amazingly well the way he put that. It's not to tell you who committed this crime. It's not to tell you why you should believe the way we do. It's to give you enough information for you to go and find your own decision. It's a tool. It's like a reference guidebook, if you will, of the basic facts that you need to know of what happened so that then you can go and track it down and decide what you think.
Listen to the wind blow, watch the sun rise. Running in the shadows, damn your love, damn your lies. And if you don't love me now, you will never love me again. I can still hear you saying you would never break the chain. Never break the chain. You don't love me now. You don't love me now. Never love me again. I can still hear you saying you would never break the chain. Never break the chain. Listen to the wind blow, down comes the night. Running in the shadows, damn your love, damn your lies. Break the silence, damn the dark, damn the light. And if you don't love me now, you will never love me again. I can still hear you saying you would never break the chain. Never break the chain. You don't love me now. You don't love me now. Never love me again. I can still hear you saying you would never break the chain. Never break the chain. You don't love me now. If you don't love me now, never love me again. I can still hear you saying you would never break the chain. Never break the chain. Keep us together, running in the shadow. Chain, 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 keep us together.
Hey everyone, thank you for listening to the Gray Stage Podcast. Before we get started here, I just want to remind you that if you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. It's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. Download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. Welcome to the Gray Stage Podcast. My name is Greg Fernandez Jr. I'm one of many researchers looking into this case. I began looking into this case trying to prove David Crowley guilty. 5 years later, I still don't have any proof. We have a lot of speculation, but we have a lot of speculation about many different theories. including what the investigators told us. We're going to go over my book thoroughly, looking at all of the different points made in that book. And where we go from there, we'll see. This is the monthly podcast, and I want to thank everybody for joining us here. God bless you all. Let's get to it. First responders. At 1:04 p.m. on January 17, 2015, Apple Valley Police Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom arrived at the crime scene. There he saw Colin Prochnow standing in Lorraine Tuppy's driveway. Mr. Prochnow approached the officer stating there were bodies in the living room of the Crowley home. Sergeant Dahlstrom then approached the front window and looked inside the residence. I noticed several obviously dead bodies lying on the floor near the front picture window, Sergeant Dahlstrom wrote in his supplemental report. I noticed a black handgun on the floor as well. Lastly, I noticed a medium-sized dog barking and running among the bodies. I advised dispatch of my findings, Sergeant Dahlstrom continued, and requested the channel be restricted to emergency traffic. The sergeant then informed Captain John Bermel of the situation. Officer Tara Becker was the second responder to arrive at the crime scene. Sergeant Dahlstrom advised me that there were in fact 3 deceased parties that could be seen from the large picture window at the front of the residence. Officer Becker did not report seeing the bodies in any of her supplemental reports we received. Officer John Broughton arrived third. With all 3 officers standing on the west side of the house, they could smell the odor of decaying bodies. Officer Broughton was the first officer to check the back of the house. I was instructed to check the rear of the residence for any signs of forced entry, Broughton documented. The backyard is fenced in with a chain link fence and the gates were closed but not locked. Officer Broughton entered the backyard and saw fresh animal tracks in the snow. Signs of forced entry were not found on any backyard windows, but there was an open door. The rear sliding patio door was found open slightly 1/4 of an inch, wrote Broughton. I opened the door and found that it was not locked or secured with a bar lock. Paleo continued to bark as Broughton opened the rear slider. When I opened the patio door, there was an overpowering odor of decaying flesh. One light was on in the dining room, Broughton continued. The Christmas tree lights and other strings of Christmas lights were still on. After walking around the back of the house, Officer Broughton looked through the front window and saw 3 bodies on the living room floor. They were all badly decomposed, Broughton wrote in his report. One adult body was lying on its back with a black semi-auto pistol nearby. The second adult body appeared to be laying on its stomach and or side. Between 2 adult bodies was the body of a small child. Officer Adam Keeler arrived fourth and helped secure the scene until Paleo was removed from the house. Once Community Service Officer Brian Booth arrived, Officer Keeler opened the rear sliding door and the officers attempted to lure Paleo outside with dog treats. Officer Keeler reported it took 5 minutes for Paleo to come outside. The dog was scared upon arrival, wrote CSO Brian Booth, but appeared to be friendly. I was able to catch the dog with a choke pull and get it into the bed of my truck where it stayed until roughly 1900 hours. CSO Booth then took Paleo to Palomino Pet Hospital and advised the kennel to only feed and water the dog but not to do anything else with it since it was part of an investigation. Next, Sergeant Dahlstrom and Keeler entered the house through the rear slider. Prior to entering the residence, wrote Sergeant Keeler, I announced officers' presence. There was no response. The 2 officers cleared the garage first, then the main level, ending with the basement. I noted the writing on the living room wall, wrote Keeler, which appeared to say Allahu Akbar. It appeared to be written in blood with fingerprints. Sergeant Dahlstrom also noticed blood writing on the living room wall. I noticed letters on the wall that appeared to be written in blood. Dahlstrom also reported seeing several bloody footprints on the floor in the area between the kitchen and living room. Below the wall on the living room floor lay 3 heavily decomposed bodies, 2 adults and 1 child. At this time, Broughton reported, the bodies are presumed to be that of the homeowners David Timothy Crowley, born 7/7/85, and Kamel Rasul Crowley, born 11/20/86, and their daughter Rania Crowley. With all 3 levels cleared, officers left the house and waited for detectives to arrive. The Crowleys' mailbox was full. After Officer Becker photographed the mailbox, she opened it and removed 2 pieces of mail, one belonging to David and the other to Kamel. The postmaster was arriving at this time, wrote Becker, and handed me today's mail, which was placed inside the mailbox. An interesting note found in the BCA notes stated mail in mailbox, December 29th, / front packages 11015. Alright, so that was reading from pages 13 to pages 15 of The Gray Stage by myself, Greg Fernandez, looking at the first responders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 first responders is what we're looking at here. All before the detectives arrive and all before the BCA shows up. And obviously, way before the medical examiner shows up as well. What you'll see here is some of the most important information about what happened to the Crowleys. And with that, we're going to take you right into our call with Dan Hennon, Sophia, Stephanie, and of course, our good friend Ann.
We'll be covering the chapter called First Responders in tonight's show. This is basically pages 13, 14, and 15 of the book, A Gray Stage.
I think what is really important here is the first responders should all have the same story. They should all look at the same bodies and report them the exact same way. So that's what I was looking for here. People can judge that for themselves, whether all of these officers who entered that house or who showed up to the scene and looked through the front window and saw these bodies, did they all see the exact same thing?
Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom was there. 1:04 p.m. he arrived, and he was the very first person. He looked in, approached the front window, and looked inside. So he was the very first responder on site. And he goes on to say that, quote, I noticed several obviously dead bodies lying on the floor near the front picture window. That's what he wrote in his supplemental report. And, quote, I noticed a black handgun on the floor as well. Lastly, I noticed a medium-sized dog barking and running among the bodies.
In my opinion, I think Paleo was probably happy to see somebody alive and looking in the window. Maybe that a protective instinct also kicked up in him.
I was thinking it was more of a, like, this is my house, what are you doing looking in the window type of thing from Paleo. That's at least the feeling I got from reading all the reports when they talk about how frantic he is. But I've kind of changed my view on that a little bit. I'm not so 100% on that because of the smudge marks on the window. The window was surprisingly clean for a frantic dog being near it.
I still don't think he attacked that window the way that certain people have said it.
Yeah, these officers don't say anything like that.
Correct.
Very different. And Paleo knew them. Paleo had at least seen Colin Prochnow and Judy Prochnow at some point, I'm guessing. So Sergeant Dahlstrom then basically lets Captain John Burmel know about the situation. And then Officer Tara Becker is the second to show up at this crime scene. And what was very curious to me is that it doesn't sound like, if you read Officer Tara Becker's documents, it doesn't sound like she sees these bodies, period. Maybe I'm reading more into it than I should, but...
Should she have looked?
She had to have looked.
To confirm what she was told? Like, shouldn't she have had to look? And
I would think so. I don't know why she wouldn't, but if she did, shouldn't it be here? Shouldn't it be in these documents?
Yeah, in her report, I saw, like the other guys put in.
Right.
Whereas with hers, it's so-and-so advised me.
She does see them later because she's taking photos. She's either taking photos or taking video, but she's in there later on, so you would think that at that point there should be some documentation from her.
And she is, I don't believe she's a tall woman. I think she's very short in stature, so she wouldn't have been able to see through that window anyway from the outside. Even being on her tiptoes, she wouldn't have been able to see in. So that would make sense. I agree that she wouldn't have seen by first responding, officer until she actually went around through the back and went into the residence. I think I agree with Stephanie. I think the dog was just frantic, running around. May have been excited to see living human beings as well, or just frantic, excited, or all of the above. I think the dog was just running around, didn't know what to think. I don't know if the first couple of squad cars came on there with their lights and sirens on and everything, and may have been very startling, or maybe they just showed up with no lights, no sirens. We don't know.
The dogs above us, every time that sirens go by our apartments, they freak out. And I don't know how Paleo was, but if they came in with sirens on, it's very possible that could have set him off too. Now, I know that like ambulances or police that go by our apartments, when they turn into a residential area, they leave their lights on, but their sirens are turned off. But we're next to a really busy boulevard, so when they're on that, they leave them on. But as soon as they turn down the residential road, they turn the sirens off, but the lights are still on. So I don't know what the procedure is in Minnesota or Apple Valley.
I mean, you would think, okay, if it's just for a welfare check, maybe not, which is what Colin, tells him. That's what he wants after seeing the bodies. Just, can somebody come and do a welfare check? But listening to what Judy said, you can, it's like there's a murder or a suicide and the dog is eating bodies and there's presence out there. At this point, they don't know that there isn't a killer in that house based on her call. It's a big difference than just coming over and doing a welfare check. But the officers, they don't act like there's some impending danger or anything like that. It's more about seeing those dead bodies, and obviously they're going to clear this house at some point, but they have to get that dog out first. So at this point, do we already think that they're not worried about finding anybody in the house who might have killed these people, and they're not worried that there's presence out on the front doorsteps? That could be bombs or something. They really don't know anything at this point.
Why would they think they were bombs?
Well, because...
Well, they don't know. That's the thing. They don't know what they're walking into. They have no idea if they're about to walk into a house that's going to be, blown up any second. They don't know. But given Judy's phone call, she was who they first talked to. And from her phone call, it doesn't sound like there's kind of any imminent danger. And then, you get to Colin's part, and it's more or less like, okay, well, there's dead people in there, but there's really no threat anywhere else.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember reading anything outside of the gossip from the friends that there was any suspicion of bombs. And they don't mention it in the reports, do they?
No.
Okay. I think it was only Mason Hendricks and Sean White that mentioned that.
Correct. Now, Greg, if I could just jump in here. When the first officer came, Dahlstrom, he did see the neighbor, Colin Prochnow, standing in the driveway of the other neighbor, chatting, and then he came up and told him that the bodies are in the front in the picture window. So I think the imminent danger may have been relieved at that point when they saw the two neighbors just chatting calmly in the driveway and saying, yeah, they're inside, the bodies are inside. So maybe that led them to assume that there was no imminent danger, perhaps. I don't know.
It's just weird. Like, I guess everybody reacts to things different, so it's not really my place to judge how they responded. But when Judy's telling Lorraine Tupy,
yep,
to don't go look in there, don't do it, don't look in there. That seems like she's very bothered by that, as anybody would be. But if Colin and her just kind of standing there chit-chatting when the cops get there, it kind of makes me wonder if there's not more to the neighbors calling and saying what they said. Like if maybe there wasn't some sort of checklist, if you will, given to them to say what they said to the officers. Just going through the reports, the things that are put in there, like the things that the police say, that the neighbors said, just weird little things that don't seem like they would be important to this case. There's no real reason why it should be there. We talked about it a little bit in the last conference call where Dan had pointed out it seems like it was just like put in there to kind of push an agenda. That idea is seeming more and more realistic to me, at least.
And I think, too, to piggyback back on what Dan was saying, Judy did talk to the police at some point, and she said comments that David was acting strange in the last few months. He had a mohawk. He was wearing military-type clothing. So the police might have been given at some point the impression that there was an intruder and it was him. And it's interesting that Judy is also saying these things because she also told police that she had limited contact with the Crowleys. So how would she know if David's behavior was strange or not? She doesn't even know the family that well.
I mean, this is a woman who said that her grandkids she used to allow the grandchildren to go over and play at David's house, and then she turns around and the next comment will say, I really didn't know David that well. It's like, which is it? Do you let your grandchildren play with strangers inside of that stranger's house?
Well, she had also said that she's not the one who decided the kids couldn't play over there anymore. It was her daughter, because her daughter is the one who got the weird vibe from him. It wasn't even her. So then you've got the fact that Colin is the one who supposedly saw the gun. Judy didn't actually see the gun. It's really hard going through and separating what she actually saw versus hearsay from her daughter or her husband or another neighbor or something like that.
Well, she's even gone on the record saying that she was shown the new furniture by David.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, she put that in a comment. I have that, actually. And why would, if she barely knew him, why would he invite her inside
to see the furniture?
All right, so third to show up on the scene is Officer John Broughton. While all three officers were standing on the west side of the house, they could smell the odor of decaying bodies. Now, Broughton he's the first person to check the back of the house. So you have three officers there. They've already looked through, one has already looked through the front window. You have three neighbors that are hanging out, and so Broughton is told, go check the back of the house. Is that another common thing too? You have one officer in front, one officer in the back. Do you want two officers going through the back? To me, it just kind of seems like they're not that concerned about another person in that house, and they're not that concerned about this being a triple homicide. So when Broughton goes to the back, he says, I was instructed to check the rear of the residence for any signs of forced entry. That's what they're looking for here. The backyard is fenced in with a chain link fence, and the gates were closed but not locked. I thought that was another interesting thing too. I don't know. Over here, we don't really lock our side gates. I don't know what people in Minnesota do, or in Texas, or wherever the rest of you are.
He had a small child and a dog, though. I would think that would be like the back door not being secured, even if it was broken. That not being secured, plus the gate not being locked, you wouldn't have need to force your way into the property. You've already got a clear path. The back gate's unlocked. The back door's broken. Why would you need to break your way in?
Here's what I think here. You get these, the calls come in from dispatch, 911 dispatch. And so the people responding are just typical patrol, traffic patrol officers, and they're showing up to a scene with bodies inside and a dog running around. So I think they're mainly waiting for instruction as far as what to do. And what's their role there. So they're chatting, and the house faces south, and the back of the house faces north. And so I think when they get to Broughton showing up there, the officers were at that time wandering over to the side, which is the west, and that's where they can first get the glimpse of the smell. The front door and the side doors and windows were closed. Only in the back was the door open just a little bit, that slider. So I think when they walked to the west and were about to go into that gate is when they caught the first whiff of it, which would make sense. They're getting closer to where the door is open. And Minnesota, not common to lock. You have a chain link fence like that. There's just a clasp that closes it. There's not a lock. I don't know of any neighbors that have locks on it. And that fence, as I stood there before on the scene, was, I think it's a 4 or 3.5 foot high fence, very short. It's like just for dogs, pets, and little kids. Any adult can just basically jump over that fence or leap right over it. So it's very small, but so that would make sense. Now Broughton goes out of his way here to mention all these steps, and I think this is all just protocol. He's throwing in there, we're looking for forced entry. We're seeing if things are locked and things are not locked. Those are the kind of rhetoric that I think that's how cops speak when they enter a scene like that, or what they're instructed to say. So he's making sure that there was no forced entry, and there wasn't. And so that's, I think, that's what we're hearing a lot from his statement. The door was less than 1/4 of an inch opened slightly, and they found it was not locked or secured with a bar lock. So he goes out of his way to, clearly explain how it was seen.
It makes sense. I'm just wondering if they had found signs that somebody had forced their way into that house, would that change what they did from that point on?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think they're trained in a certain way. Like when the crime scene photographers came in, all the time they spent right off the bat was taking 18 photos of the door, because that's their training, is to show was anything on the door, the jam, was it jammed, was it locked, was it pried open, how was the door open? So like Broughton here enters, the first thing he's on his mind is there any kind of forced entry? Now I think with the neighbors standing around, that I think lessened their alert for someone in the house, and the dog barking, and the first call came in saying that bodies had been here for a while, but I don't think there was any urgency that there was a threat on the scene. But they still have to go through the process of clearing the house, which is coming up on the next pages.
Well, they did a good job starting out with protocol, so what happened? Because protocol is not touching things and moving things. When you're just doing your initial picture taking, you're not supposed to be moving anything. You're documenting what is there before anything's moved. So they started out strong.
And Officer Broughton has been there a while. He's since retired. So he was a senior level. He was a veteran. He knew what was going on. You can tell by his comments and his statements and his reports that things were very well detailed. I mean, he said, I opened the door and there was, he said, quote, an overpowering odor of decaying flesh. Now that would make sense for bodies being there. That is obviously what the smell would be. And he goes on to say that there's a light on in the dining room. Christmas tree lights and other strings were still on. And he walked around the back of the house and then looked through the front window and saw 3 bodies on the living room floor. All were badly decomposed. One adult was lying on his back with a black semi-auto pistol nearby. Second adult body appeared to be laying on its stomach and or side. And between the 2 adult bodies was a body of a small child. So Broughton comes in and does his job, I think. Describes everything, checks, goes around the house. He does everything, like Stephanie said, the protocol was there at the first folks that showed up.
Okay, last thing on Broughton here was this overpowering odor of decaying flesh. Does that help us give any indication of how long the bodies were there? Does this help show that the bodies were there for 3 weeks?
I got family and friends that are in law enforcement. The first few days, up to a week, is when it's going to be the most horrendous. After that, the smell is still bad, but it backs off a little bit. The most overpowering is that first week, probably the first maybe days 3 through 7, And so when he says overpowering, that leads me to believe it's in that 7 to 10 day window that the bodies were sitting there. If it was 3 weeks, it would still stink, but I don't think you see the word overpowering, because by that time the stench is for the most part gone away. So that's the only other thing I can say on that. He does say the word overpowering, and that's the same adjective I get when talking with family and friends and law enforcement when they talk about that. Yes, it's going to smell later on as well, but if it's overpowering, it's in its first round of the whole rigor mortis. And so that's where I lean into that earlier stage, and I don't buy the 3 week stage because of Broughton's comment. And that's why I wanted to interview him. I talked to him on the phone after he resigned and retired. And I said, if I'd like to meet and go over the case with you, and I could meet, because I'm only 30 minutes away. And he said, well, let me run it past some people and I'll let you know, but I'm open to, have a cup of coffee. And then he called back and says, I talked to, Gummerth, and I didn't really have anything to do with the case, so I don't think we should meet. And so my answer is, these pages, Greg, here that you wrote show that he was one of the very first people on the scene, saw the dog, saw the door ajar, smelled the decay. He would be a very good interview, I think. But someone did not want him speaking to me, even though he was no longer with the force, which had nothing to do with anything. He didn't have to ask permission at that point. Go ahead, Stephanie.
I was just going to say I completely agree with you there. That seems very odd that he would say that he didn't have much to do with it, because from just reading this, not even considering the whole police report, it sounds like he was one of the, important interviews to get. So why would somebody have told him to decline it, the interview?
Well, that's the point. That's the same thing.
By him saying that he didn't have much to do with that, that's an outright lie, because clearly he was one of the first few people there. So.
And I think the way he phrased it on the phone call was he didn't have that much to do, and he wasn't playing a big, important role in the detective and the investigation that went on months and up to a year later. And I said, I wasn't looking for that. I was looking for a first response. I wanted to get your ideas from actually being the first, third person there on the scene. That very first initial shock and the sounds and the sights that you saw and you witnessed, I think would have been very helpful for a 10-minute interview. That's all. I wasn't talking about the detective in the investigation case, but he says I didn't have much to do with the case, so I shouldn't interview you. I shouldn't be speaking with you, or something to that effect.
That's just pretty odd.
But then again, his son is now in the force at Apple Valley.
Oh.
So there's still a connection that's not out altogether. His son is on that. He's one of the patrol officers, I believe, in Apple Valley.
Was his son a part of the force when this happened?
Not that I know of. I don't believe so. He may have been a junior officer or something to that effect, but he wasn't a sworn officer at the time, I don't believe.
He was a part of the case, the Josephson case, but I don't think he was a part of this case.
John Broughton's son was part of the other case.
The other one,
looked at.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yes,
Murder-suicide. Interesting. That happened, how long after?
November 3rd, 2016.
So we'll move on to Officer Adam Keeler, and he showed up fourth, and he helped secure the scene until the dog was removed from the house. What do we know about Community Service Officer, CSO, Brian Booth? Because he's the one who was called to help take the dog out of the house. So I guess Community Service Officer Brian Booth had some experience with dogs at this point. There was a reason why he was called to help take this dog out of this house.
I just always assumed that he was like a dog catcher or worked for the pound.
That's kind of what I thought, too.
Maybe I'm reading way too much into it.
Like, I never really thought much about it. Like, he came and got the dog, so I thought, oh, okay, so he knows about dogs. And then
but
just further along, you just kind of forget that he was the one who came.
And he just throws paleo in the back of the truck
and leaves them there for hours.
That's a good topic, Sophia, because the phrasing here had some questions early on in the case in the Justice page, because it says that he got there, got the dog out, and put him into the bed of my truck where he stayed until roughly 1900 hours. Now, 1900 hours at 7 p.m., and that day I think it was 17 degrees outside on a January day in Minnesota in winter. So we assumed it was a pickup truck with an open bed. Later they said no, the only squad cars that were there were SUVs and like a Ford Explorer type of a thing, and that's where the dog was. And I said, here in Minnesota, you don't call that the bed unless it's a pickup truck. So why would he explain it as the CSO officer saying I took Paleo and put him in the bed of my truck? And really he just meant essentially the back seat or the way back area of an SUV. Just had him there. So the car was on, the car was running, so the car was warm, and so I put to bed any stress there was from members of the page thinking, why was Paleo, standing outside in the shivering cold in a pickup truck? So they said they had the car running. So which prompted the next question. We said he had the car running till 7 p.m. after getting there at 1. So 6 straight hours. I think this was Judy Prochnow who was giving all the background on this by saying, no, there was no pickup for the truck. And I said, but well, why was the truck running for 6 straight hours? It ran out of gas, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
She said, well, maybe...
Well, I mean, maybe somebody went and made a run and brought a gas can or something.
But you're right. The paperwork shows that till 1900 hours, that dog was there. They didn't take the dog to the pound or anything. Basically, he was just quarantined with no food. That they may have given him some... I don't even think they can give him any treats at that point. I think they had a bowl of water or something. They still didn't know what was in his system, so I don't think they were allowed to give him any food. Yeah, they had treats to get him out. So they had some treats, but I don't think they were allowed to give him any food. Then they took him to the Palomino Pet Hospital and advised the kennel to only feed and water the dog, but not to do anything else because it's part of an investigation. So that was Brian Booth and Officer Adam Keeler. But that was very strange. Some of the words that were used, the length of time that was mentioned.
See, when I think of them wording bed of truck, I think of like an F-150 with one of those hard shells on the back of it. And
oh, yes. I was thinking that too. Yep. Whether or not it was open, it could have had a topper on it or something. But we're thinking of kind of a pickup truck here in Minnesota is what we think of. F-150 with or without a topper, but still with the topper on, 17 degrees is not insulated. And with no topper on, 17 degrees is exposed. So either way, that doesn't make sense. And then I think that was at the time that Judy said that they were like all Ford Explorer type of SUV patrol cars that the dog was in. And I said, I still wouldn't say that I put the dog in the bed of my truck if it's an SUV. So I said, the terminology seems odd. But regardless, if they were there at 1 o'clock, 1700 out, 7 o'clock, that's 6 hours that the dog was sitting there doing nothing. And for all they know, he hadn't eaten for 3 weeks.
I guess they had already seen what the living room was through the front window, through the back window. Why clear the garage first?
Was it right there next to, because you come in through the back, and there's that fireplace, the kitchen. The garage is right there in that same area?
Right.
Yeah, the door leads right into the garage from that area. So if protocol would be to sweep the house going from right to left or whenever you come in, that would have made sense. And they both went together, so they cleared the garage first. I don't know if that's strange, Greg, or not. I didn't read too much into that. They saw the writing on the wall in blood, and then Dahlstrom, who's also in there at this time, noticed blood writing on the wall and several bloody footprints on the floor. And then he goes on to say that the living room floor laid 3 heavily decomposed bodies, 2 adults and 1 child. I think the word heavily is left up for debate. The Apple Valley homicide, they get one average of 1 homicide a year in Apple Valley, Minnesota. Very rarely would any of these officers even see a decaying body at all. So I think what they saw was they were decaying, but David and Kamel were bloated. The bodies were bloated at this time. So they were in, I think, that first round of decay or rigor but not maybe heavily decomposed. That's the only thing I have to say about that. It wasn't like they were there for, months or something, but he did say heavily. Now, Broden goes on to say that the body is presumed to be that of the homeowners and the daughter. All 3 levels of the house was then cleared, and officers left the house and waited for detectives to arrive. So the 3 went in, cleared, and then there was no threat. They began then to wait until the detectives arrived, which is also protocol, I'm assuming.
Do we have the recording of them clearing the house?
Yeah, the audio looks like it was definitely cut. So it was definitely cut for certain. I'm not sure why that audio was cut, but you can clearly see, maybe just because there's nothing happening during that time. That audio recording is very important because you can hear how they sound. You can hear their dog. That's probably one of the best ones, one of the best reasons. Is to hear what does their dog sound like during that call.
I need to listen to that again.
I was posting in the group very early on. Somebody had that audio, and I just want to thank them. Whoever you are, thank you for posting that into the group because I thought that was a big help.
The way this says they saw several bloody footprints on the floor in the area between the kitchen and the living room. The picture I get in my head is you can clearly see a lot of bloody footprints in that area. So when you look at the pictures, you wonder where they're talking about because the pictures that's not what I would say is several bloody footprints. I mean, it's a few, but it's just severely lacking for what you picture in your head versus what the picture shows.
Well, I mean, there's several people that have gone on the record saying that David walked around the crime scene for several days and was staging it, and it's crazy. There's possibly 2 and 1 handprint.
Yeah, there was another rumor too. Remember about how that they had proved that those were David's footprints. And we know that that's not true at all.
Correct.
And I don't think that the people who told us that, I don't think that they really looked at it. I think somebody told them that. Mm-hmm. I don't think that a lot of these people, a lot of the family and friends, from what I've gathered, they have not looked at a lot of these documents. I do not believe that they have looked at these documents. And if I'm wrong, then I have no problem being wrong. Only they know what they have looked at and what they haven't. But based on the conversations that I've had with family, friends, I do not believe that they have read a lot of these documents.
Well, how could they make a documentary, or a supposed documentary, of this case?
Yeah.
But not read the documents?
Yeah, they didn't want to read them. They didn't want to look at them.
Well, I mean, that's just like the private detective.
Yeah,
he had it all. He looked at it. It's like he just skimmed over it.
They weren't looking for anything that might stand out. It's all just speculative, and it's all based on feelings of them wanting David to be guilty, not on giving him the benefit of the doubt that we are innocent. We are supposed to be until proven guilty.
I would just say that the raw audio that you guys mentioned is on YouTube, and if anybody's interested, you can look it up and listen to for yourself. Also, if anybody's just catching on to the case, like Greg had mentioned, make sure you read the documents Greg has posted. Look through the crime scene photos and see for yourself so you can be better informed about this case.
And just to let everybody listening to this podcast, all the files pertaining to this case are located within the Justice for Crowley, or David Crowley and Family group, and it's all located at the top of the group. They've been added by different members, Greg, Dan, myself, everything from that we've received from Apple Valley and the BCA is all up there.
We still got one more paragraph here to cover. So the Crowley mailbox was full. After Officer Becker photographed the mailbox, she opened it and removed 2 pieces of mail, one belonging to David and the other to Kamel. The postmaster was arriving at this time. So this kind of gave us an idea of when the mail was being dropped off every day. Based on this, kind of assuming around 2 p.m., maybe 3 p.m. Another interesting thing is that the postman handed her David Crowley's mail. Where the mailboxes are, because this isn't like David Crowley's mailbox is at his house. It's actually towards the sidewalk with 2 other mailboxes too. And what's in those mailboxes is also another thing here, but I think that's covered later on, so I won't get too much into that. But as a mailman, as a postal service, or a postmaster, as it's written here, aren't they supposed to put the mail into the mailbox, not hand it to somebody?
My mail people won't even hand it to my kids. Like, if I ask them for it, they'll walk up to my door and still put it in my little slot. When we lived in another town where we had a mailbox, like kind of connected with the other neighbors, they still wouldn't hand it to any of my kids. They would go and put it in the box. So I'm wondering why this postmaster handed it to her Officer Becker.
Maybe that's why, because she's
an officer?
She's an officer.
I've walked up to our mailman plenty of times and asked him before he's started putting mail in the mailboxes, and asked for mail for 2201, and he hands it right on over. But he drops packages off at our home all the time, so...
Well, I would think if Tara Becker, if she asked for it, I think he would give it to her, but maybe he just felt like, okay, well, she needs to have this, because she was going through David Crowley's mail right at that time, at the same time. So,
well, she talks about 2 pieces of mail, but the mailbox is about 2/3 filled. I'm looking at the photo right now.
Right, and we don't know if that photo was taken after, because after she does all this, she puts everything back in there. I do believe it's put back into the mailbox, if I remember correctly, and then it's filmed, or then it's photographed. This is from BCA 488, page 100. This is a note found in the BCA notes that states, there's mail in mailbox, and the dates are from December 29th, front packages, 1/10/15. The 1/10/15 date is something that still baffles me. I don't know what that means. So if anybody wants to look that up, you can look that up in the BCA 488 PDF on page 100. Okay. Joe Cooksley writes this. So, quote, mail in mailbox December 29th / front packages 1/10/15. So the 1/10/15 is what really interests me here, because that is the first day that the packages are seen. So maybe that's what they mean by the front packages 1/10/15. It's just not really clear.
Well, the great thing about this book is it's like Dan said in the foreword, that was amazingly well the way he put that. It's not to tell you who committed this crime. It's not to tell you why you should believe the way we do. It's to give you enough information for you to go and find your own decision. It's a tool. It's like a reference guidebook, if you will, of the basic facts that you need to know of what happened, so that then you can go and track it down and decide what you think happened.
Any final words here from anyone?
I wanted to say thank you again to Dan, even with all the drama that came from it. Thank you for putting up the money and hiring the private investigator. I think that was a really important step. He may not have done a great job, but the fact that you stepped up and did that, I really respect you as a person just for that fact. You know, not even considering all the work you guys have all put into this. Just that alone, you guys are all some pretty amazing people, and it really should be noted that, you know, without any horse in the race, we're all, aside from our busy lives, trying to find justice for this family.
Since 2015, I'll tell you, I've lost a lot of respect for a lot of people that I thought were real truth seekers. I really thought that these people were looking for truth, and now I don't. You know, now I think it is all about money, and it's all about fame, and it's all about them. It's not about truth, because this case is so toxic. There is no winner in this case. You know, nobody wins here. All that we can do is try to find justice and try to bring justice to this case, and that requires a certain amount of a sacrifice. And for people that are public, for people that are known, for people that have following, for people that want to get likes, people have share their data and everything, want them to treat them special, wipe their feet and kiss their ass. Those people are, you know, look at this case and don't want to touch it. So how real could those people be? You know, and it's just like every day we hear, not every day, but very often I hear, well, we should get this person to look into this case. And then we get a person to look into this case, and they don't want to look into it. They don't want to touch it. You know, but yet I'm supposed to follow them. I'm supposed to think that they're this great person who is good at cracking these cases and looking at these unsolved cases and everything. They're so great at that. We give them a slam dunk case and they won't touch it. Something wrong with that.
Very much so.
If it makes you feel any better, his TV show fell through.
Yeah, that does make me feel better.
I just think, given all the things that he's got in the works, like as far as his own personal career, I really think he did not want to disagree with the police officers on this case, because if he had openly come out and said, well, yeah, you definitely got something here, Dan, then all those police officers, all the rapport that he's built up over all these years with all these people would be gone. Just from him saying, I believe these police officers didn't do the best they could have. You know, that could be a reason why he wouldn't have said that we're on the right track or anything to that effect. That could be a very good reason why he basically just told us that we're all nuts for looking into it.
And I agree with that. I mean, he doesn't want to burn those bridges with any police that he might have to work with or any deals that he has in the works.
Right, but at the same time, you're kind of pissed at him, or I am at least, because he was paid to do a job and he didn't do it.
Heck, I could have done that.
My daughter could have done a better job than he did for a whole lot less money. Like, I just I feel
you a
so
great
bad.
Deal, Dan.
Like he could have, that Kenneth Maines could have been, yeah, he would have had some negative blowback, but anybody who puts their name to a case where other people say something different is gonna have negative blowback. David himself said that you're going to have that. He was experiencing the negative blowback on the Gray State movie. You know, there was all those people telling him that, you know, oh, you're not actually going to do this, are you, right? That's going to happen no matter what, because there's always going to be somebody who doesn't agree with what everybody else says. But in order to get this properly looked into, there has to be somebody who's willing to say, fuck it, I don't care if I lose my job. I don't care if all these officers are mad at me. If they're really going to be mad at me for telling the truth, well, then I don't need all of them. Because, like Greg just said, it's a slam dunk case, but it's almost like people are afraid to put their name to it because of all the other crap that's attached to it. But these were people. These were human beings. If we're going to say that, why even have police look into murder cases? Why even have a justice system? If we don't believe that every single person on this planet matters, why do we even have laws? It's stupid. Every single person matters, no matter if you knew them or not. They were a human being. The laws are there to protect us. And if the police are not going to look into a case and investigate it to their best ability, there's something seriously wrong.
You know, Dan is a very smart guy. There's a reason why he picked Kenneth Maines. And if the guy that he picked can do such a horrible job, it was a big downer. It wasn't a setback, though. It wasn't like we had to regroup or anything like that. You know, the truth is on our side. I mean, I can show this case to family, friends. I can show this case to people who are teenagers, people who are in grade school, people who are in their 60s, in their 70s, and they get it. You're telling me a guy like Kenneth Maines, a guy like that who, you know, has lived this, has worked these cases, who is doing a show and all that on cold cases and solving cold cases. This is the biggest cold case you'll ever solve. Everything was given to him on a silver platter. All he had to do was just say, there's something wrong here. That's it. He couldn't even do that.
Well, but if you think back to what that detective said to Dan, where he said he'd be willing to talk, and then he talked to Gummert, and then he said, well, I really don't have anything, you know, much input on it, or, you know, whatever. That, to me, says there's something wrong. Just that. Because if he was on that scene first, that is important to know what he said. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a report. If what he had to say about what he saw when he first got there was not important, they would not have had him, they wouldn't have let him stay. They would have said, all right, buddy, go take off. They wouldn't have even had him really write a report. If it really wasn't important, why would it even be in there? But then there's other stuff that you find that is so vitally important to this that they just overlook. Like the hand, the gun, the hands, the arm, the cracked rib, all the things that do not make sense, they overlooked. But then things that they should have looked into were not.
Like the fact that there wasn't a call placed on December 16th for the pot or a text message sent from David's phone.
Right, the follow-up.
There
absolutely.
were financial issues. The unknown DNA, that kind of stuff, or the telephone still being, or his account, his AT&T account still being active as of last year. Who's paying for it? Is there identity theft? I haven't checked since to see if it's still active, but it's a little concerning that they were still active at that time.
Well, if they had gone into like witness protection or something like that,
they wouldn't have kept their phones.
Right, they wouldn't have kept their phones. They would have had to cut off all contact, completely change who they are and what they were about, everything down to their their childhood, their whole life story, their name, where they're from, everything. They have to completely become a new person.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole point of witness protection, is so that you can be given a new identity. So if they were in something like that, those phones wouldn't have been paid.
Correct.
You wouldn't find any of the future breadcrumbs after they've died. If they did it on their own, in this day and age, that is insanely hard to actually pull off, because there are cameras everywhere. Every single, well, not every single person, but pretty much every single person on this planet has a phone with a camera and a recording device of some sort, whether it's an app or just the phone itself. They would be found.
All right, I want to thank you all for listening here. This is episode 3. I hope you enjoyed this discussion with Dan Hennon, myself, Greg Fernandez Jr., Sophia, Stephanie, and our good friend Ann. So these 3 pages are from the first responders and what they saw when they first entered that house. This is what happens. This is the gray stage. Right now we're going to play the audio from when the first responders enter the house and clear this house. The 2 officers to enter the house and clear the house are Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom and Sergeant Adam Keeler. From this audio, I'm not sure which officer's voice you will hear. This is the raw audio from one of our members, Ken Pasquale.
45S41, I'm in the area of the suspicious vehicle, territorial drive.
10-4.
10-4, go ahead.
2933 Sam 14 for suspicion, 1055 Ramsdale Drive. Cop reporting suspicious behavior next door. Went over to the home to the right of the RP, sees dead bodies inside the house, dog inside, sees a gun in the house on the floor.
933, I copy. 10-14, copy.
2933 additional.
Go ahead.
According to the RP, residents have been out of town since before Christmas. Now there are Christmas presents out front, a dog inside, and what looks like possibly bodies inside, a gun laying on the floor inside.
Copy.
Want me to start medics?
You can start them. I'll be en route in about 1 minute.
Receive. Wait, Anthony, you can put me on that call. Just 10 minutes and I'll have comments later.
Sam 14 is 7 medic stage.
Yep. Of the residents where the bodies are is 1051. 1051. 1303.
Sam 14, I'm out.
10-4. 1305.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
Stand by, man.
10. 49 20, I'm out.
934, send me the ramp, so I'm out. 49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
There's several obviously deceased bodies in the front. Why don't you give us 1033? Wait for 34 to get here and we'll make entry.
1033 traffic for 4900 squad. All others go to TAC 10. 1033, 4900, 1307.
1034, still on it.
Separation.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
Do you have our CSO come with his catch pole as well? Very angry dog inside.
10-4, 49 Charlie 1, copy, I'll clear you.
4933, rear slider is unlocked, slightly ajar.
Copy, rear slider, unlocked, slightly ajar.
Charlie 1, copy. 33 up 2.
352.
Kids, just let Apple Valley know if they get busy with pending calls, we can help out.
10-4.
Copy. 4934, 76.
10-4.
3517, I copied. I'll take care of it.
10-4, thank you. 49 Sam 14.
We're going to make entry as soon as CSO can get here near this dog.
10-4. 3411 for 3 vehicle, 1050, display and pilot.
11, I copy.
And they're pulling into the gas station.
10-4.
1350.
34 is C1 on the main. Go for C1. What's your 20? Right around the corner. Alright, when you get here, bring your pole over back. Copy. 4934.
4934.
You make an entry into the house.
Copy, making entry. 10-4.
49 14.
49 14.
First floor search complete. 3 obviously dead. We're in the basement.
10-4. First floor search, now in the basement.
4934.
4934.
We're code 4. Let's just keep the channel for a little bit.
10-4, code 4, keeping the channel. 4934.
Go ahead.
Can Alina clear, or do you want them in?
Sorry, Alina can clear.
10-4, Alina clearing.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
Page out all investigators and go to our PD. I'll be in contact with 901 here shortly.
10-4, page out all investigators.
34. We don't need to block off the street. Just put your squad there. 45 155 in the area. I go here in PDM.
10-4, 1338.
Well, I'm also in the area.
10-4.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
We get BCA call. Have them call the number on my login screen, please.
And what you have are people that are accusing David Crowley of this crime without the evidence. Looking through all the evidence here, as we are going to do by going through this book, is to show that there is no evidence that proves David Crowley guilty. None of this does. It's all based on feelings. It's all based on what the investigators, quote unquote, believe. And it doesn't mean that all of the investigators have come to the same conclusion that their superiors have. But it's very clear at some point the investigators and everybody else had to fall in line with what the official theory would be. And let's not forget how quickly that the Apple Valley Police decided David Crowley was guilty and the public was not in any danger. We're talking within 24 hours, possibly within hours. We can clearly see by the 94 pages of police reports, by the over 500 pages of BCA documents, and by the medical examiner's report, there's nothing in here that proves David Crowley guilty. They can suspect him. He might be their suspect. But being a suspect and being the perpetrator of the crime are two completely different things. Give this to people. Hand this book out. Share the information in this book. You can download all of the information for yourself right now by going to thegraystage.wordpress.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage and you can download all of these documents right now. A lot of these documents can also be found in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group and Dan Hinnan's website, theuglytruth.info. Once again, I want to thank you all. If you have not listened to the first 2 episodes, I think it is well worth the effort, well worth the time. We try to keep these to a maximum of 1 hour, about 60 minutes, and these will be released on the 1st of every month. This is not about me, this is not about you, this is about getting justice for this family. That is the purpose here. And it's very clear. We have a slam dunk case, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. It really doesn't. But it does require you to remove your personal feelings and to remove what you think happened here. Look at the documents. Look at the images. You can clearly see David Crowley is innocent until proven guilty, which can never be done for multiple reasons. Obviously, one reason being that David Crowley is dead. But let's say that he wasn't dead. Even then, based on all of this information that we have here, these authorities cannot even prove that David Crowley wrote anything in that house. They can barely prove David Crowley ever put his hand on that gun. And we know for sure that they cannot put the pen in David Crowley's hand. They cannot tie the footprints in the living room to David Crowley. They cannot tie any of the prints on the laptop in the kitchen to David Crowley, and they cannot tie the blood writing on the living room wall to David Crowley. More so, they can't even find the bullet that killed David Crowley. His blood is not on any of these bullets. That's about it, my friends. I want to thank you all. Alright, I want to thank you all again for listening to the Gray Stage podcast. This has been episode number 3. We truly appreciate all of your help. Please consider joining the group Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group created by Dan Hennon. Think about joining some of our live calls on our YouTube channel, The Gray Stage. And of course, we want to thank you again for listening to this podcast, for listening to every episode of this podcast, and for helping to spread the word to let people know justice is coming. Justice is coming. It will be coming. Don't worry about that. Until next time, episode 4 will be next month. And of course, episode 4 will be the suspicious deaths. That will cover pages 19 all the way through, it looks like pages... That will cover pages 19 to 24. And in this, we are going to finally get the detectives who show up, the BCA who shows up, and of course, the medical examiners. And what they report when they walk into the house. When they go through the house thoroughly and find everything. Oh, but 2 important things they don't find. Item 53 and item 57. Item 53 is a bullet hole that rolls out of the living room carpet a few days after the investigators leave the house. And of course, item 57 is a bullet that is found 1 month later. And that bullet is only found because investigators are told that there is a bullet hole in the living room ceiling. So again, investigators, BCA, medical examiner, cleaning crew, everybody except for some of the friends of David Crowley.
I light the fire. You place the flowers in the vase that you bought today. Staring at the fire for hours and hours while I listen to you play your love songs all night long for me, only for me. Come to me now, come to the rest you had for just 5 minutes. Everything is done. Such a cozy room, such a cozy room. The windows are illuminated by the evening sunshine through them. Fiery gems for you, only for you. Our house is a very, very, very fine house with 2 cats in the yard. Life used to be so hard. Now everything is easy 'cause of you. And I that you're born today. Staring at the fire for hours and hours while I listen to you play your love songs all night long for me, only for me. Come to me now, come to me, rest your head for just 5 minutes. Everything is done. Such a cozy room, such a cozy room. The windows are illuminated by the evening sunshine through them. Fiery gems for you, only for you. Our house is a very, very, very fine house with 2 cats in the yard. Life used to be so hard. Now everything is easy 'cause of you. Now everything is easy 'cause of you. I'll light the fire while you place the flowers in the vase that you bought today.
Hey everyone, thank you for listening to the Gray Stage Podcast. Before we get started here, I just want to remind you that if you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. It's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. Download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies of David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley, the Apple Valley Police Department were treating the incident as a double murder-suicide. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Allahu Akbar in his wife's blood on the living room wall. Authorities cannot prove David wrote I have loved you all with all of my heart on the laptop in the kitchen. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Open the Rise most recent version, submit to Allah now on a notepad in his office bedroom. Authorities cannot prove the dog trapped inside the house ate David's right hand, both of Kamel's hands, and their daughter's right arm, since dog feces tests were never conducted. Authorities did not see the bullet hole in the living room ceiling or the bullet in the attic above until they questioned David's friend a month after the bodies were found. Authorities did not find a motive to support their accusations against David Crowley. Authorities did not find David's blood on any of the bullets at the crime scene. Authorities do not know when David, Kamel, and Rania died. What we know for sure is that David Crowley has not been proven guilty.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is April 19th,
2020, and we'll be covering another podcast here on the book by Greg Fernandez Jr. called The Gray Stage. Today's episode is Chapter 3, Suspicious Deaths. And I think we've got 15 bullet points to go over in this chapter. If you're following along in the book, it's pages 19 through 24. And joining us today will be Sophia, Catherine, Stephanie, and Greg Fernandez Jr. himself. Hello, Greg.
Hey there. Greetings from California.
And hello, Sophia.
Hello. Greetings from South Texas.
And hello, Catherine.
Hi, everyone. And I'm here from Colorado.
And Stephanie, how are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm over here in Western New York.
Oh, perfect. And I am here in Minnesota, 30 miles away from the Crowley crime scene. And here we are 5 years later going through the book. Glad to have everyone here with us. It's a very interesting chapter. It talks about who arrived at the scene, what time, what their actions were, and what they did. And we've got some good things to cover. Where should we start off today, Greg? Should we start off with?
Yeah, let's start off with the first bullet point there, because the timeline, obviously the timeline of who came into the house, that's all very important. Who showed up at the scene, the timeline of who showed up at this scene, to me was very important to try to get in as many details to make it as easy as I could possibly do for people who really want to take a look at this case, who want to understand who showed up when, and who goes into the house, who doesn't go into the house, and all of that. So I think kind of breaking it up, it's kind of like a Jim Gummert timeline, because he is the lead detective in this whole case. So I kind of started there, where Jim Gummert was actually notified. Jim Gummert was notified at 2 p.m. about this case by Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom. And Greg Dahlstrom is a very important person because, as we covered in the last podcast, he was the first responder. He was the first person on scene, the first person to look through the window as an investigator or as a policeman. And so I thought it was very interesting, and just that Greg Dahlstrom is kind of... he's like the front man until Jim Gummert gets there. And I don't mean front man as in a bad way. I just mean he's out front. He's the first person there.
Yeah, and he gets there. He's Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom. He's the first guy on the scene. And it looks like then they go on. Sergeant Gummert, lead detective, he's the sergeant of the detective unit, basically the manager of that group. And so he was notified at 2 p.m. Dahlstrom's already there as the first basically responder on the scene. And once again, this is at 1051 Ramsdale Drive, Apple Valley, Minnesota, and they're responding to essentially just bodies, suspicious deaths, bodies, and a handgun at the scene. And so this goes over when they show up, when they arrive, and what they see. Who wants to start off with this? I would like to get your take on this piece, Catherine, as far as anything notable on page 19 here on your side.
On page 19 itself, not really. I really liked this chapter, though. I thought it was very informative. I really liked how, so far, Greg, it's interesting. I've stopped off at, I ended at chapter 3. So when you said we were going to cover chapter 3, it was like, that's really good. But, right now I really don't have much to say. Just because I've been out of the loop for a little bit, is it okay if I kind of take a back seat for a little bit until I can get caught up?
Of course.
Oh, yes. No problem. Okay. One thing I will mention here, this is Dan, as Detective Gummert arrives at the Apple Valley Police Station, and six minutes later, a search warrant was filled out by Detective Brian Bone, and already it was signed by the district court judge, Karen Aspog, already. So the bodies were found at, what was it? It was a 1 o'clock p.m., and now we're at about the 3 o'clock time frame, 2 hours later, where they're getting search warrants and whatnot. The patrol officers were the first on the scene. Now the detectives are showing up and they're getting what they need to go in, getting the warrants signed. And it says here that Gummert says that he proceeded to the residence to work with the patrol officers at the scene. And so at 3:30 p.m., and kind of goes through the timeline here, it was at that point that the police department issued the first of their 5 press releases in this case. And the very first press release that went out to the public saying that the deaths were treated as suspicious. The words murder and suicide were not even mentioned in this first one. So this was just the initial responding officers located 3 deceased persons inside the residence, the first press release stated. And it said that the investigation into this matter is ongoing. So, and there also says to go on, it goes on to say that they're getting assistance from the Minnesota BCA, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and also was assisting the Apple Valley Police Department detectives. And the phrase "the apparent murder-suicide" line is not even mentioned until the following day. So that's when we first get the murder-suicide narrative. Right now, it's just suspicious deaths, 3 of them, 3 bodies, and that's why Greg's got the title here called simply "Suspicious Deaths." Sophia, what's your thoughts on this first couple of paragraphs?
Well, I kind of found it interesting that just the time frame, the breakdown of what happened after the bodies were discovered, how the detectives stayed at the station. And now I understand why they did. It was because they were waiting for the search warrants. When I first started looking at this case, I couldn't understand why they stayed there for so long. And as we get further into this chapter, I'll have more to say because we haven't touched on it yet.
And I'll go to one more section here, because to keep in mind, the Apple Valley police officers, only 2 had actually entered the home after the 911 call came in. 2 entered to essentially clear the home, make sure no one else was in there. And once they found and confirmed the bodies were there, they got a hold of the dog, got the dog out with using a catch pole, and then it turned into a detective case investigation. And so, but without that search warrant, they weren't even able to get in and do their work yet, so they were waiting on those things to be done. Now, in the meantime, they marked off the property with the yellow police crime scene tape, and Brian Booth was there controlling the entry and exit of the scene using a crime scene log. So this kind of brings us up to date as far as people showing up on the scene. Greg, did you have anything to share here before I get to the next?
Yeah, just one thing. Because you have the first... Okay, so Greg Dahlstrom shows up at the scene at 1:04 p.m. Jim Gummert is not actually notified until 2 p.m., 4 hours later. Or, I'm sorry, 45 minutes later. So the first question that I had is how much did they do within that 45 minutes up until Jim Gummert was actually called? And, of course, you can check that out in the first responders chapter. You can see everything that they did. As somebody who doesn't know anything about law enforcement or anything like that, I wanted to kind of document this so that people who are in law enforcement or people that know how law enforcement should treat this situation, my biggest question to make sure, the biggest question I have is to make sure that I want to know, did they follow the proper procedures through everything? And it's not because I want to play gotcha. It's not like I want to point out everything that they did wrong. I want to understand why they did what they did. Is it normal for it to take 45 minutes before the first responders notify Jim Gummert, and then they get everything signed and all of that? So that would be my first question, is how much did they also do in that 45 minutes? What did they do? So within 45 minutes, if reading these documents, if I'm correct in reading these documents, it took the first responders 45 minutes to first get the dog out and to clear that house. That's my only...
So I think that's fair to say, Greg. I also do not have a background in the detective and the investigation stuff, but I do know that because this was a Saturday, James Gummert was not working, and so he was at home that day, and so it took him a while to get to the office and to get prepared because this is Saturday in the afternoon, so he had to just get there and show up to work. Then we have the patrol people showing up as actually the first responders to the scene, and then they determined that the bodies are there, which means now it triggers we need detectives on the scene. So they had to call and notify them, and they also had to call the BCA. So that's a question that I've got is what made it, this Apple Valley, they deal on average of one homicide per calendar year. And so there's 3 bodies there. Did that warrant them to say, let's get the BCA involved? Because Special Agent Beth Eilers was notified by the BCA Operations Center at 2:17 p.m. So right away they get the BCA involved. And that may be because, look, we need help, we need assistance, this is over our heads, or is that a normal thing? I don't know, but that's the only thing that really stood out for me. Anything else on this one, Greg? Or is Stephanie back?
Can I jump in for a second?
Sure.
Yes, Catherine, thanks.
Yeah, it is normal for them to contact the BCA, which is similar to the FBI for that. I don't know if it's for the entire state of Minnesota, but yes, in this type of situation where you have a murder and then, obviously there's a murder of some sort. The suicide thing came later. So yes, it would be normal to contact BCA. But my question to you, Greg, is now, did it take them 45 minutes to call Gummert, or did it take 45 minutes for Gummert to show up?
It took 45 minutes. It took 45 minutes for them to contact Gummert. If you look at the time from when the first responder was on scene at 1:04 p.m. up until the time that Jim Gummert was actually notified at 2 p.m. So maybe about 40 minutes.
Okay. Do I have them mixed up? Should I be saying Dahlstrom instead of Gummert? But whoever it was, they were on scene for 45 minutes without contacting anyone else. Is that how I'm understanding this?
They were in contact with, based on the 911 call, right? Or not the 911 call, but the police audio. They were always in contact with the dispatch, but it doesn't sound like Jim Gummert had any contact until 2 p.m.
Okay, so, that is something that is not normal. If it would take them, even if they are speaking with the dispatch, it should not have taken them 45 minutes to determine that they needed to contact the investigators. So to have just 2 responding officers show up on scene and then talk to dispatch for 45 minutes, that is not right.
Interesting.
If I could jump in for a minute, the other murder-suicide case that I looked at that happened in Apple Valley 18 months after this case, the BCA was not called in for that one. The detectives just collected the samples, and there weren't any tests run or anything like that. They just collected the...
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. On that one, Sophia, was it obvious and not to say anything's really obvious, but was it more obvious or clearer that was a murder-suicide, or were there some questions? I can't remember how that case went.
They came to that conclusion immediately.
Okay.
Almost as immediately as this case.
Yeah, and
I would
honestly.
Go ahead, Dan.
This is Dan. I was just going to jump in and say that was more, Catherine, I would call it more straightforward. They didn't have the Quran, the blood writing on the wall, the dog running around. hair all over the place and blood all over the place. There was just two dead bodies with a pistol. But maybe that's why.
Is true.
I'm not sure. But it was more straightforward is how I would call it.
Yeah, that's a good way to word it. Yes, I agree. Thanks. That helps.
Does the physical appearance of the bodies, would that have anything to do with it as well?
Like,
personally, I think it does, because the Crowley case, it was a pretty gruesome scene.
Yeah.
What was the decomp time for that other case?
Good question. I was just thinking.
Oh, it was just about 12 hours.
Oh.
Yeah, it was the same day, I believe.
Yeah, it happened the night before, and they discovered them in the morning time.
Yeah, they did have cats in that other case, but no dog.
Yeah, they did.
And there's no evidence that cats ate on the bodies, even though some people have brought that up. The cats do, in some cases, eat on bodies. I don't know. It's a horrible thought, but it should not be what the investigators who show up at a house, that should not be one of their first thoughts, is that, the dog ate these bodies. But of course, because of Judy's 911 call, they have to take that into consideration just by default, because there is a witness there, and this is what they said.
And it's so crazy because they blame Paleo for everything. And so many people, this is only because the documentary left the information out, and I believe that they did it on purpose. But the dog food is right there on the floor. And he had
2 bags, right.
He had food to eat.
That's slipped out of the police documents too. I don't remember reading anything about the dog had a food source.
You're correct. Yes, they did leave that out of the police reports too.
I mean, there was the
only way that we know is because of the photos.
Right. There was an open box of dog treats on the kitchen counter. I don't know if that dog could reach up there, could jump up there, but it's there.
So this is not along with what you guys are talking about, but I did figure out page 19 is not page 19 on a PDF.
Correct.
For anybody looking at the PDF, 19 is actually 36.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, good. Thank you for that. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you, Stephanie.
I was looking at 19 on that, and it's just it's way back in the first couple chapters where we're talking about what the neighbors saw and everything, and I was trying to find where Dan was reading, and it wasn't even in there. So
that is good. I will make sure that I note that in the future, because I do expect that more people are going to be looking at the actual PDF, that free PDF that anybody can download right now.
But this all, with as fast as they got that warrant to go on in, why did it take Detective Gummert longer to get there? I mean, is that just
Gummert
standard that he doesn't need to come yet, or? Well,
he was on scene at 3 p.m. So at the Crowley house. He was at the Crowley house by 3 p.m. So Gummert is actually notified at 2 p.m. He goes to the Apple Valley Police Department, and by 3 p.m., Gummert is at the Crowley house. Now, the search warrant isn't filled out by Detective Brian Bone until 3:06 p.m. So he's kind of there. They're kind of almost just like how Dan was saying, they're kind of like waiting for the right, until they have that, which is good. That shows me that they were following up until now. They
standard operating procedure.
Thank you. absolutely. That's the way that I read it anyways, and that's very important, because we have people that do not want the investigators to talk to us. They want the investigators to think that we're just here to point out everything that they did wrong. We're here not being fair towards them, and they need to understand that that's not true. That there are some things, obviously, there's a lot of things that they could have, should have, and would have done, but when we're talking about just these basic things, so far, I don't know what everybody's view is on that, but so far everything looks SOP.
And I agree with you, Greg. It's like Dan was saying earlier, the best explanation as to why it took them a while, at least until 3 o'clock, to get there, and even Detective Bone to even get to the judge. I mean, it's a weekend, and it takes time to get dressed and get in the shower and get to work and then get the warrants filled out and then wait for the judge to show up. All that takes time.
Yeah, and I'm glad that was pointed out, that this is a weekend. I don't know if I pointed that out in the book either. I'll have to go back and check that, but that is a great point there. Now, the first, like Dan was saying, the first person from the BCA was notified at 2:17. So within 17 minutes, I don't know if it was Gummert that contacted the BCA to let them know that we need somebody there just in case. But we just know kind of who showed up when they were documented to show up when. So she's kind of she's the first BCA person. Jim Gummert is the first detective to be notified, and these two people are going to play a very key role in this chapter here, I think.
Well, I was wondering if anyone has anyone ever spoken with Sergeant Dahlstrom. Reading his reports, he seemed to be very on point. He didn't seem to leave anything out, but I am curious as to why, because he seemed like he was one of the more senior, my take, could be totally wrong, but he seemed to be one of the more senior officers where he had a little bit more experience. So I'm curious as to what his explanation was for waiting 45 minutes to call the next person to say, hey, we need you down here.
Right. And is that because it took them 45 minutes to clear the scene, because they first cleared the scene and then they got the dog out first and then cleared that scene? To me, that's the only thing that would make sense why at some point Greg Dahlstrom must realize, okay, we need to let Jim Gummert know, but I don't know. I think that's a valid question.
And this is Dan. I want to jump in too. I mentioned earlier that it was Dahlstrom that retired from the force. That is incorrect. It was Broughton. Officer Broughton later retired. So Dahlstrom is still there, I believe, to this day. But yeah, you're right, Greg. They get there. They do all the right steps. I believe they assign someone to do the log of people coming in and out. The BCA crime scene specialists both show up. That's Joe Cooksley and Beth Wolf. And then we've got Detective Tommy Booth on scene, Detective Brian Bone, and Special Agent from the BCA is Chris Olson. So they get in. Brian Bone smells this strong odor that he knew was decomposing bodies. Brian Bone, the detective, starts taking photographs of the crime scene. Go on to say that the front door was secure, no signs of forced entry. They checked the doors and windows, all are locked, and they were intact. And they go out of their way to say the thermostat was set at 68 degrees in a hold position. And so this was January once again, so that would make sense. They noticed some Christmas tree lights were on, and they noticed an open laptop on the kitchen island. And so I think the steps that were taken when they show up all are legit in my belief. They're all doing their steps and not stepping on other things, and they're not overstepping their bounds. They're doing what they need to do, and they see the adult male lying on his back, and so we're getting some of those, steps next, and I'm on to page 21 in the paperback.
Okay. Yeah, because Catherine brought up a great point about Greg Dahlstrom, and that's the thing. Is the reason why Greg Dahlstrom was the guy who contacted Jim Gummert, is he because he was senior, like a senior officer, or is it also because he was the first person who was on scene, or is it just some other issue? And maybe to a lot of people, these aren't questions that we have the right to ask, but these are questions that I would ask people who are in law enforcement. How does this work? How does all of this stuff work? Because I'm trying to understand these process. This whole chapter is really just trying for me to try to understand these processes, to get people's feedback, people who are in law enforcement, people who have family, friends in law enforcement, to understand, to make sure that everything that they're doing here is proper. SOP.
In the handwritten log of who was there, it says investigator Tommy Booth, investigator Brian Bone, and then Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom. So from that, I would take a very risky guess, because I don't know rank of police officers or investigators or things like that, but I would assume that he is higher than them, so they would have to ask him to come in with them, like to help them figure out how to deal with it, maybe, what to do.
Right, because Gummert is also a sergeant. He's a detective, but he's also a sergeant. So for me, who, again, doesn't understand all that stuff, it's a little confusing there.
Right.
And Dahlstrom may have been sergeant on duty at that particular time from the traffic response, from the patrol guys. He may have been the manager on duty, whereas Gummert's the manager on duty for the detectives. Dahlstrom may have been just a patrol sergeant.
Interesting.
But yeah, both of them are sergeants.
Okay.
One last thing about that, since you brought up the that list of who's going in or who's showing up at the scene, what times these investigators, officers, everybody shows up at the scene, what time do they leave. There are two names here that I don't know that are even mentioned in any of the documents that we have. Sheriff Brian Olson and Sheriff Thomas Jacobson. Now, I'm assuming those are deputies, not necessarily sheriffs, but they are deputy sheriffs from the Dakota County. But I don't remember them really being mentioned anywhere. And looking at the times that they show up, maybe that's, I don't know.
Well, here's a question on that, Greg, because the sheriff's department and the police department are two separate entities. The police department generally takes care of things that happen within the city limits, and then the sheriff's department in the county limits. Has anyone done an FOI on the sheriff's office?
Yes. They said that they had nothing, that they did not respond to the scene, which we know is not true.
Correct. Wow.
How could they? They're here.
Well,
they're written as being here, so how could they not have responded if they were written as there? You don't just say, hey, I know this guy, let's write him being here, even though, he's across town.
Well, here's the other thing about that list, and I know people listening to this podcast can't see that list, but it is in the BCA 485. It's a PDF of 485 pages that Dan Hennon got. And if you look at the time for Jim Gummert, it is 0152. So that was another thing that threw me off, because I know that they come back. I know that Jim Gummert is there on the 18th, and they're taking the guns out of the house and stuff like that. So that to me was also weird. Why would it say? And that's what threw me off when I first read this. Is, well, if Jim Gummert doesn't arrive to the crime scene until what did I say? 3 p.m. Why on this sheet does it say 0152? That led me to think that this sheet is talking about when people go into the house. But so that really threw me off. A lot of that I kept out of the book because I thought it would just be, it would throw everything off. Because some of the timelines, some of the times do not match up with what this list is. But this is a very important list here. Anybody have any thoughts on that?
Well, I'll give you, like, for an example, when we had to show up to scenes, or calls, whatever the case may be. I was an EMT, obviously not a police officer, but when it got to a point where they were actually writing down and we had to be logged in and out of a place, it was when we entered and when we left, not necessarily when we were on scene. So whenever we entered the place, we did what we needed to do, and then when we left, then we were logged out, but we were still on scene for the entire scene. And back now to the thing with, and this was just something that popped in my head, don't know if it's true, but maybe since the sheriff's office did not respond in an official capacity, although they had 2 sheriff's deputies there, maybe because they weren't officially called to the scene, then they weren't required to write a report. However, it would still be interesting to see if those 2 gentlemen would, or the 2 officers, I don't know if they're male, but if they would be willing to at least give a statement, or could they give a statement?
I think that's a great idea. Yeah, because they're obviously here, and if you've already had contact, Sophia, if you've already contacted them and they said that they're not involved, maybe you can go back to them and say, well, they were involved. Do we have any reports, anything from these two people that are on this list here?
Okay.
Might be a good follow-up.
Also, did Detective Gummert take the guns off the property to the Apple Valley? That might be why he had signed back in again at a different time.
Right, but he's only here once, so he should be on here at 3 p.m. January 17th, and then definitely that makes sense. The 1:52 p.m., which would probably be the early morning after the bodies are taken out. That's when they start taking the guns and everything, and then they stay until the early morning of January 18th at 4:15 a.m. The last person, it looks like that's about 4:50 a.m. January 18th. That's the last time that they were there. But some people have dual dates. They have dual times. So like Adam Keeler has 15:07 to 15:32, and then /15:52 to 16:56. So looking at this, I can see why I kept a lot of this out of the book, because I don't understand it yet, and I don't understand why these times aren't necessarily matching with the times that I have in my head. There is a logical reason for it. I just have not been able to find it yet.
Yeah, you would think, this is Dan, but you would think that Officer Gummert would have a log entry sometime around 1500 hours, meaning 3 o'clock on that Saturday, and there isn't any. There's a 1:52, which is almost 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. or 2 p.m. on one of the days, but it may have been the early morning. Oh, yeah, it would have been the early morning hours, but nothing there as far as a 1500 hours entry date for Gummert.
Yeah, which is a little odd. I think that's a little odd.
And then, like that with Keeler, I think that would just be multiple times coming in and out. He would have multiple times logged. Now, Gummert is the lead detective. I'm sure he may not be wanting to log in and out every time he steps in and out of that house. He's probably busy with other things. But as far as protocol, I think you would have that. But that's just my thoughts.
Yeah, and maybe the guy who was taking this list, which was CSO Brian Booth, AVPD CSO Brian Booth, maybe he just didn't ask Jim Gummert for that. I don't know. But his time is weird too, because he's, according to this, if you look at his time, it's from 1400 to 1507. So who is filling this out after 1507? You can get lost with some of that stuff just asking questions, and it's not the most relevant thing, and I think that's another reason why I kept some of this out of the book. Just was trying to put as much just factual data in there as possible and leave out some of my speculation. Anybody else have anything on that? So we covered the first ABPD press release was at 3:30 p.m. Just mentioned quote-unquote suspicious deaths. No mention of murder or suicide like Dan was talking about. That is not mentioned until the next day. And
yeah, the other thing, Greg, just to jump in here, by living in the area, I was not aware of these earlier press releases. I did not see them, in the news and the media and TV or anything. I didn't even know about the deaths until I created the page on the 19th of January. So one of these FOIAs that came back had the email correspondence back and forth showing that they have the press releases and the various press releases. So that was helpful to see the number and the variations of the press releases that went out.
Do you know where those would have been posted? To their website? I mean, because they don't even have a website. They have a sub-website of a website.
Well, the email that they use is the one that I saw is they have a common. There was 9 email addresses of news outlets, TV and radio, that were used in all of these every time they send out a press release. So they just have a group email distribution, it seems, that they insert and then send something out. And whether or not newspapers pick up the story or not, they may not publish it, print it, but that's how it looks like in reading the Apple Valley Police Department's email logs that have sent these out. It's to the same 9 groups is what I believe.
Interesting. I wonder how I can get on that list there. So that's probably why it wasn't posted on their website.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like Fox, Fox 9 News was on there, and some of the local stations, of course. So they must have I think just a group email distribution that goes out for press that hits those 9 individuals at those news agencies.
Okay. Then we have the 5 people that enter the house. They're all led by BCA crime scene team lead Joe Cooksley. He leads that way. I think it was very important to note that before the crime scene team even showed up, before they go into the house, there is a time difference of when the first BCA people show up as to when the crime scene team actually shows up. So I found that a little interesting too. And then going back through that, it looks like the BCA, BCA Beth Eilers, looks like she was there at 6:28 p.m. And then Joe Cooksley and Beth Wolf and Chris Olson of the BCA get there at 16:51. So Beth Eilers is there at 16:28, and then Beth Wolf, Joe Cooksley, Chris Olson show up at 16:51, and there's another guy named Mike Phil and Gary Swanson, and they show up at 17:16. It's all over the place a little, and I was trying to understand that, why some BCA are showing up first, and then nobody's going in yet. They're kind of prepping everything, and then all of a sudden these 5 people go in. But again, the point was just to show who went in when, and comparing what the documents say and comparing it to this list, it was a big challenge. So I hope I got everything correct. That's why, if I wasn't sure, it probably did not make it into this book. This is the stuff that we're completely sure of, that there were 5 people that go into that house, led by crime scene team, the BCA crime scene team lead, Joe Cooksley, and he's accompanied by BCA Special Agent Chris Olson, BCA Crime Scene Team Specialist Beth Wolf, Detective Tommy Booth, and Detective Brian Bone. We know that Brian Bone takes photos of the crime scene, and somebody from the BCA takes video, and I believe that's in the evidence document somewhere, but I believe that was Beth Eilers who takes video. So if you go back to when the AVPD first comes in, that was the other thing. When Greg Dahlstrom and Adam Keeler are clearing the house for the very first time, they're obviously not taking photos or video in there. So this must be the first time that any photo or video in the interior of the house is being taken, is when these 5 people go into that house. That's my guess. And then, just page 20 to 23 is pretty much the whole walkthrough of them, what they see. You can kind of see that who sees what, and it should match up. You have 5 people in the same house. They should all report seeing the same thing. The body is in the same way, same hands missing, same heads missing. Everything should line up. And so people, I know all of you on this call have read those documents. Does it all line up? Are they all seeing the same thing when they go into that house?
No.
Is there
no,
anything...
if you separate the reports by officer and read it, you'll see that it doesn't actually line up, like Catherine said. And I think that for new members coming into the group, that big report is kind of intimidating and overwhelming at the same time. Plus there's supplementals thrown into there. But if you separate the reports by officer, that tells a completely different story. And it's easier to understand. That was a tip given to me by a good friend, and I'm very, very grateful for it.
Awesome. I also wonder if these 5 people were, I wouldn't say coached, but obviously they were briefed before they go into this house. I wonder if they're briefed on what they are going to see, what they should expect, because Tommy Booth is talking about how the front door was fine. There were no signs of anybody forcing their way into this house, which again to me is a big, big deal, because they're walking in through the back door that is open. Why is there so much effort put into showing that nobody forced their way into this house when we all know that wasn't even necessary? It's almost like a moot point. I don't know.
Yeah, to me that was the first hint of a pre-ordained narrative, was that right there.
Yeah, the fact that they kept going back and stating that there was no forced entry over and over when there was the back door or the backslider, that was a huge red flag.
Stephanie, anything you want to add to that?
I don't really understand why they go through the point of saying no forced entry here, no forced entry here, no forced entry here. You didn't have to force your way in. The back door was open. The sliding door was open, so there was no, I mean, they do point that out in their reports, that it wasn't secured with a lock or a bar, but you don't need to bust your way in the front door if you're going in the back. The gate wasn't locked. So, I mean, I just, that's one thing that's been bugging me since I started into all this. You wouldn't need to have forced entry into any residence if the back door and the back gate are open. Even if the back gate wasn't open, but the door is open, if you know that back door isn't going to be locked in any way, why would you break the front door?
Well, and this to me is why I said that this part, like the rest of you, why this part is a huge red flag, because right here for me, this is where the narrative began. And the reason why I see them pushing there's no forced entry, no notice of forced entry, is because they're starting now to put together and piece together the final decision that they're going to come up with. So see, there's no forced entry, so therefore David had to have done it. He was the only one there, the only one who had access. The front door was okay. But even though we'll all say, briefly mention the back door's open, but we're going to document the no forced entry. And again, that's to lay the foundation for their narrative of David was guilty.
Yeah, and when you think about what is mentioned in there, like the Christmas tree lights are on, there's a single bulb from a chandelier by the rear. To me, those are things, especially the proof that they looked up, that they at some point looked up at the ceiling, the front, to find that there was a single bulb from a chandelier on. They looked at the Christmas tree. They looked at the Christmas lights. They looked at all of that stuff, but yet nobody is seeing a bullet hole in the living room ceiling.
Exactly.
Right.
All of these people that are in that house, nobody sees it. They see everything else. They see what is not there, so they report that there wasn't any doors or windows open, even though Joe Cooksley does say that there was a kitchen window with an intact screen that was open, but again, no signs of anybody forcing their way into it, which is weird. I don't know why you would need, if somebody was to force your way into a kitchen window, I don't know what that would look like. If it's unlocked, you just open it and close it. So anyways.
Well, they did point out that the screen was intact in the kitchen window.
Right. But it was unlocked.
So I mean, what they would be looking for would be anything knocked over from the windowsill, and was anything, that's what they're looking for. So if there would be something displaced, then they could say, okay, somebody came through the window in the kitchen. But yeah, like you were stating, I find that absolutely crazy or ludicrous that they would note all of these things that they would absolutely have to specifically look at, and then they're looking up to see things, but they don't look up above the door right where they're at to see things on the tree, and then they don't see this hole. None of that makes sense at all.
Sure doesn't. It says David's hands were fully extended, almost in a crucifix position. His right hand was missing. His right forearm was purple and black. David's mummified left hand was purple with a leathery textured appearance. They noticed a hole in David's head, in a portion of his skull next to his spine. That's what Joe Cooksley says. And Joe Cooksley also noted the hole was in the back of the skull. So the back of the skull, where would that be? Because unless they turn the body over or something, I'm having a hard time understanding when they say the back of the skull. I guess if they get really close up, you can still see the back of the skull, part of the back of the skull. It's all on the left side, right?
Well, the rest of the skull was missing, was it not? Just the only thing remained was the back of the skull. So they would have seen it without having to move or manipulate anything. But to see a small bullet hole, you would have had to have gotten close to identify that hole, right?
Yeah, that's what they say. Only the back portion of his skull remained attached to his spine. So, I don't know. It's beyond me.
Well, and here, Greg, too, looking at the autopsy where it talks about, David and the gunshot wound of the head, it says that on the left parietal scalp, centered approximately 9 inches above the left. Oh, okay. I don't even want to get started with this. Left shoulder and 4 inches left of the posterior midline is a gunshot wound consisting of a 2 by 1 centimeter ovoid defect with irregular edges. So if you kind of are trying to measure this out, and which doctor signed this? Let me check this out. Holy cow. Was this Lewinsky? Yeah, Lewinsky. Oh my gosh. Basically, if you're going and you put your finger right in the middle of the back of your head, and if you go toward your left of approximately 4 inches, so it's maybe right between where the back of the ear and the back of the head would be. If you go about midpoint there, say the middle of the back of your head, go over a few inches, and then that's where it's going to be. So it's not quite to the back of the head, but it's not at the side of the head either.
Gotcha.
So they could see that without rolling him over.
Well, since all of the brain matter, the front portion of the face is missing. Yes, they're going to see a hole, so to speak, and then they would turn him.
Gotcha.
Right, because his head is kind of tilted to the. I always thought his head was like facing the ceiling, but it's not.
It's almost like he's kind of turned. Like if you look at the photo, it's almost like his face is tilted towards the camera.
That's right.
Like looking at you.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is another thing that points to the bullet that went through his head was not the one that ended up in the ceiling.
Right.
There's no way, not from this position. Well, I mean, excuse me, there is a way. He would have had to have been moved, like a person moving him out of the way for that to have been his bullet. But if it was the bullet that killed him, it would have had more than touch DNA on it.
Is there any way that the dog could have moved his body there? I mean, we're not seeing any of that. There's nothing to, even where they say the dog ate everything, there's no way that the dog eating anything could really pull David's body. And if it did, it would probably be by his left hand, is my guess, or by his left arm. And there's no evidence of that the dog did anything to David's left arm or left hand. And you can clearly see David's left hand is in that weird hand sign, which is a whole nother issue. But that's like jerky treats for that dog. If the dog was going to go after anything, why not go after that? Why go after David's head and then randomly choose these other body parts? There's no logic to it.
Right, and there's another thing that the police failed to not only mention and also the medical examiner. If the dog had been tugging on David's clothes and on him, you would see the clothes bunched up in one area. It would be, catawampus, but his clothes are almost like they were put on. So there's nothing on those clothes and the position around the shoulder area or head area that it is indicative of a dog grabbing on and dragging a body. So to me, like you were saying, it would make no sense. There's nothing there that shows that he was moved by a dog.
One last thing on that, I guess, just looking at going over page 23 of the physical book here, is there any reason why the temperature and the stiffness and the temperature would be checked for some people and not for all of them? Why check it for just one person or two people, but for Kamel, it wasn't checked?
And they should have. That is another red flag. If you're going to check for rigor and body temperature, obviously her body temperature was going to be cool to the touch. You could tell that, but you could tell that by looking at all three of them. So they should have checked to see where her body rigor was at that point in time. But the fact that they didn't, another huge red flag.
Now, this is from Joe Cooksley's notes. So is it possible when he says temperature and stiffness wasn't checked, is he just talking about by himself, or as the crime scene lead, he's got to be talking about everybody, all 5 people in that house, right?
Well, I'm assuming he's, and this is, we know what they say about assumption, but the fact that he's writing this, he's writing what he did, and he's not reporting on what anyone else did or didn't do, but no one else has mentioned that they checked her at all. And so the fact that he does state that he checked, I believe he checked David and Rania, but he did not check Kamel, that, I mean, and for someone who's coming from BCA, he knows better.
We know that there was what Joe Cooksley also says, that there was a great deal of blood in the kitchen, the living room, and the hallway. That it can be disputed if you look at the photo evidence. He also notes that there's human hair and dog feces in the basement. There's no indication of how human hair or dog feces, or no indication of how human hair would get into that basement, unless you assume that it comes from the dog. And that's in the suspicious death chapter. That's the source number 29. So I thought that was very interesting that he would say that there was a great deal of blood in the kitchen, which there isn't.
Right, there are what, three drops of blood that we found in the photos.
Now,
right?
I mean, if he includes the kitchen island, maybe, and if he includes the kitchen laptop, okay, maybe, you know, and there's
your cell phone,
fingerprints. Yeah, that cell phone, which I don't know if there's
the swipe on the Kleenex box.
Yeah, swipe on the Kleenex box, you know, and maybe it's just easier to just say, you know, well, this is where blood was, and then it just kind of leaves it open. But it just seemed weird. And in the hallway too, I don't believe there was that much. I think what you guys have talked about in the hallway is really, except aside from one fingerprint next to a hallway light, it's all just cast-off blood in the hallway?
Yeah, there isn't much in the hallway at all, and I would call what was on that wall actually, oh man, I lost it. I'm sorry, I just lost terminology, but it's transfer. Like, say someone had blood on their shoulder or on their arm, and then it's kind of rubbed against the wall. Mm-hmm. But that's really all that's in the hallway, except for at the very beginning there is some cast off, like you were saying.
Now, can you go again? I know you guys have done this for me many times. Low velocity, high velocity, medium in the photos. What do we mostly see?
Medium velocity.
Agreed.
All right.
And Catherine, could you go over that again? Because for all of the new members here, they may not be familiar with the low, medium, and high. Could you give a brief overview of what those are and some examples?
Sure. Low velocity, it would be, another word for that is like passive. It's like, say, if you cut your hand and then you're dropping blood, it's kind of dripping off and it kind of lands. That's low velocity. Medium velocity comes from like blunt force trauma, you know, anything. That would be like a bat, a club, anything that would hit a body and then produce a spatter pattern. High velocity is going to come from something with a very high projectile, guns, say a crossbow, something that's going to be shooting and flying relatively quickly is going to leave a whole different distinct pattern. That tends to be small aerosolized droplets that you will see everywhere. In the medium velocity, which generally comes from blunt force trauma, you will see what they, it'll be like a little spot, like a big round spot with like a spine coming off of it. And then that also determines direction. So they are very distinct patterns. And I do not see, there may be one area that could be questionable, that it could maybe be high velocity, but I've never called it high velocity. I've always said medium because it's in with the rest of the blood in the same pattern coming from medium velocity. So a spray, an initial spray from, say, a second or third impact may produce some smaller drops, but they're not going to be aerosolized like you would see in a true high-velocity impact.
Very good. And the official narrative is that everyone there in that house was shot, which would mean, from a detective standpoint, looking at it, everything should be high-velocity blood spatter throughout that house. And what we're seeing is most, if not all, the blood spatter is medium velocity, which means that it means that they were beaten, tortured, or something with a blunt force instrument in that particular location of the house. Doesn't mean that it does not mean to say that they were not killed by use of a gunshot, but just not in that location. So that's where we get a discrepancy from.
Exactly. And then since you also said that, this is where I also see some what they call void patterns, because there is a lack of high velocity blood spatter in that house. They're saying that at least 4 gunshot wounds to the head occurred in that living room. And where is that blood spatter? And yet there are big, huge vacant areas. The only pooling of blood really is on the chair. And that's at the base of a chair. It's not even on the rug. And there's no pooling of blood whatsoever on the rug. And so, yes, so how can these so-called seasoned detectives, walk in and see that there are 4 holes in what's the remainder of heads, and then not realize they aren't seeing the blood pattern that goes along with those?
Any other thoughts on that, or else we're getting towards the end here, but I do want to make sure that we bring up, that we talk about these last 1, 2, 3, 4 points here really quickly. But the main one here is Joe Cooksley, is the medical examiners. The medical examiner, Dr. Jessica Lelinski, and the medical examiner investigator, Greg Spendel. When I first read them here, nothing stuck out to me at first. And then I think one of you mentioned, maybe several of you mentioned, how long there was before the investigators, before the medical examiners went into the house. And looking at some of Joe Cooksley's notes, if you look at the BCA 488 document, this is on page 106, Joe Cooksley says that the medical examiner responded a long time ago. I think they responded around 6 p.m., but they don't go into the house until 6 hours later, until 12 a.m. on January 18th. And he says, that they waited, quote, they have waited until the living room area is ready. I don't understand that. What would it have to be ready for? Excuse me. Come on. What would the area have to be ready for? Why would the medical examiners wait? What are they waiting for? Is this proper? Is this SOP here?
Yes and no. Yes, in the fact that the medical examiner won't go in until the BCA has collected all of their samples, because you don't want the medical examiner to go in and move and possibly contaminate or disrupt the scene. So the BCA needs to get their samples. But here is where I have issue with the amount of time that not only the medical examiner but her investigator only stayed on scene for 45 minutes. Let me give you an example. One time I went with my friend. I told you I have a friend who's a coroner in Sacramento County. Well, was a long time ago. So I went on to a call one time. They got a call. They knew the mechanism of injury. They knew it was a murder. It was one person. It was gunshots. And so get on scene, and the person I was with, now they already knew everything. They had already arrested the person. They found who was guilty, all this other stuff. Now this person stayed on scene for 4 hours with the body. 4 hours for one person. And yet this medical examiner's office wants me to believe they walked in and stayed there for 45 minutes for 3 bodies, 4 gunshot wounds. I'm not buying it. This, again, is another situation where it's telling me they're like lining up their narrative as they go, and it just gets it's more obvious that there is a narrative the more the case goes along.
Anyone else?
Another thing to add for the newer members and newer listeners out there, the crime took place in Dakota County, Minnesota. They do not have their own medical examiner's office, so they outsource through Hennepin County, which is where Minneapolis is. So they use the medical examiner's office from Hennepin County. So what they do then, in this case with 3 dead bodies, they've got to call that office and get someone to come on down there, which they did. And they got 2 people, one medical examiner and another person's Greg Spandl, I think. And so then they come out there, and like you said, this is a Saturday, and now it's getting later in the evening, and the technicians and everyone are finishing up, and then they get these 2 folks to come down when the scene is ready. And my question is, for someone in that background, how do they assign which medical examiner? For instance, in this case, they used Dr. Jessica Lelinski, who was very young at the time. Is that who's ever just available, or who's ever on call, or who's ever nearest to come on down there to do that? That was one of the other speculations as well. If this was some sort of a cover-up, you would get someone who would be very easy to compromise or control, therefore a younger individual rather than a seasoned veteran. Any thoughts on that?
Yes, and I can only go by with the other medical examiner's offices that I've had experience with. Now, looking at the autopsy reports, you see all 3 of the medical doctors that worked at the Hennepin County at the time. One being Lauren W. Jackson, MD, who was the pathologist, so they basically were in charge of the whole facility. Then you have Mitchell Morey, who is the assistant medical examiner, and then you have Jessica Lelinski, who she is the deputy medical examiner. So if you're looking at rank, it probably went Dr. Jackson, Dr. Lelinski, and then Dr. Morey. And so basically, and then yes, they do a rotation, and either Jessica Lelinski was on call, or she was the one who pretty much handled things in this manner for that office. Was that all you asked? Did you ask something else?
No, I think that was it. How they get assigned, essentially. In Minneapolis, from this location would be about. I've got it pulled up here on MapQuest. It's maybe a 30-minute drive to get to that Apple Valley location. About 24, 25 miles. And the same for the BCA. The Minnesota BCA is housed in St. Paul. And so that would be about a 24-mile drive for the BCA officers and agents to get there. Once again, roughly 30-minute drive on a Saturday afternoon for both those, the medical examiner coming from Minneapolis and the BCA folks coming from St. Paul. That's all I wanted to add for that. There's a lot of newer listeners, and I think it helps with the visual to see where they are, coming from and whatnot.
Yeah, and to help everyone else, like Dr. Lelinski was the medical examiner, and then the ME investigator, Greg Spandl, he's kind of like her helper, so to speak. And I don't want to downplay Greg Spandl's role, because trust me, these are like their right-hand man. These people know a lot about a lot of stuff. So they would basically be the one to collect the information for the medical examiner, although they collect information for their office, and BCA collects information for their office and for the police department. So that's kind of how that works.
It would be interesting, Catherine, to get an interview with Mr. Spandl, because as knowledgeable as he is, I would be willing to bet that he even probably himself disagreed with Jessica Lelinski's result that these were, a suicide shot for David and homicide for the other 2. That fast. They were only there for 45 minutes. I'm wondering what his thoughts were to this day on this case. Would be very interesting. We've never brought that up, but wouldn't that be an interesting scenario to get his perspective, because he was there, he was collecting, he was on site along with her. But any thoughts on that?
I agree. I think that would be a great idea. I'm not sure if they could speak. And with Dr. Lilinski, I'm pretty sure I heard it first from you, Dan, and I'm not sure if you were the first one that mentioned it, but I know I heard it from you first, that Dr. Lilinski, and in my research, she pretty much was just a newbie out of medical school when she ended up there. And with this course that she had to take to become a coroner, or a medical examiner, I'm sorry, that's different than a coroner. And so she was new, but she was a medical doctor. She knew the difference between blunt force trauma and a gunshot wound. You know what I mean? So
I think that's important. That's an important point. Yes. Yeah, very important. Very important point. She may be a newbie on the job, but she was a medical doctor. There's no excuse to not know the difference between some of this stuff. For someone like her. So that's where it raises the possibility of, well, was she coached or was her decision steered in some fashion? Now, keeping in mind that she was new, she also left that position 7 months later. She is now working to this day in Milwaukee County in Wisconsin. And so the fact that she was new and then left, that's very interesting too. I would still like to this day get the reason for that job transfer, because it did seem to be very abrupt. It was the same week that David's mother, Kate Crowley, was found dead, is the very week that she moved.
Yeah, because she was like right up in there. She had a great position with Hennepin County, and so to leave that, I just don't understand, to go from there to Milwaukee. But I don't know, maybe it was a personal choice, but it is very suspect. It's like, well, why? Why would you do that? And like I've said before, it is so commonplace when it comes to crime scenes that a narrative is come to, depending, and not everybody does this, and I'm not saying it happens in every single department, but it is more common than people are probably comfortable understanding and accepting. But to have the police and a medical examiner say, hey, what do you guys want to call this? Okay, let's call it suicide, because, geez, this is just going to be crazy. We probably won't be able to figure this out anyway. This happens far more often than people realize. And that's kind of what has struck me reading these case files and looking at these reports all along, and it leads me down that path. I can't say for 100%, but that's why I've always leaned toward this was all predetermined. They came up with an agenda. They came up with a scenario and said, okay, we're all going to stick to it. Come hell or high water, nobody deviate from this, because this is the official outcome. And, try to get that undone would have to be, that's a whole nother rabbit hole. I'm sorry, I'm going off topic. But yeah, it would be very interesting. I'm not sure, would you or Greg or somebody be able to contact Spandl and see if maybe you can get him to talk?
It would be worthwhile to reach out. I've got no problem doing that, just to see, because I think he's still there. But it would answer the fact if they were there for only 45 minutes. If this was a predetermined thing, and she got the directive from the higher up somewhere to say, here's what it is, that's not going to. She's not going to have a need or a desire to stay there for hours upon hours. Look it over, and that'd be it. But if there was nothing handed down from above, for a triple 3 bodies there, you would think that this person would spend multiple hours just reviewing everything. That's what stands out to me, is the 45 minutes in and out.
Exactly, because Spandl himself would have to take his own photos, would have to do the measurements, would have to do all of that, okay, kind of like similar to what a blood spatter analyst would do. He's got a whole lot of work himself he has to do. It's almost like doing double work, again, because BCA and Spandl are totally different. They have to have their own stuff for each place. Yes, they can switch information, but they don't want to have to wait. So Spandl himself should have been there for a long time just gathering information And again, measuring how far was the gunshot wound from from where was the weapon found to where's the blood spatter patterns. And then it takes time to bag these bodies. You just don't throw up in a bag, throw them in, and throw them on a gurney. I mean, it takes time to do this stuff, and yet where was this time spent? 45 minutes? Not enough.
And they also go on to say in the very last section of this chapter of Greg's book is that they do think the bodies were there between December 24th and January 17th. They don't have a pinpoint date, which they can't do, but why I find it odd that they do not even have a narrowed down version to say, we think it's within this week, but more than likely, January 9th or January 7th or December 31st. They just say it's wide open, 3 weeks, this is when they could have happened. So they would also, she's a medical doctor, would also know from the decomp, wouldn't she have a very good idea, as this being her profession, that the bodies were there 1 week, or she could have said, 10 days, or yes, obviously this was 3 weeks. She doesn't go on to lead that, which is also very strange. They keep it just wide open to a 3 week range, which is very odd, because everyone else that we have talked to, including yourself, Catherine, is the ones that you've talked to, have narrowed it down at least somewhat to the number of days of what they think.
Right, and this, exactly. It's like everyone I've talked to said that those bodies were there no more than 10 days, no more. And she could have easily have said that. The January 17th, and that is the standard operating procedure. If an exact time is not known, like say somebody stood there and saw somebody shoot somebody, and they don't have it on video, then they list the time of death, or the date of death is when the bodies are found. That is normal. However, but to put that wide range, and I'm assuming that they're doing December 24th, because isn't that when supposedly one of the people said that was the last time the family was heard of? So they're going to do it between December 24th and January 17th, when, her being a medical doctor, and she's worked in a medical examiner capacity, she knows decomp. And so she should have a far better time frame. And when I showed this to, the Dr. Kelly here, right away, without batting an eye, I'm like, had those bodies been there 3 weeks? And he's like, no way. He said 4 to 7 days, 10 days at most. Straight out of his mouth. And that's by, so if he, and I'm, yes, he has a far more experience than she did at the time, but she should have been able to narrow that down a little better. Probably not precisely, but a little far better than what they did.
Correct. I would even be willing to go as far as to say that someone in medical school, not even graduated yet, should be able to give a narrower window than that with their schooling, not even to be in the profession, but rather than a 3 week window. It's that's what I think was strange.
Agreed.
So I wanted to point out one of the differences between reading the book and reading the actual ginormous 485-page report. The biggest thing is you actually get to see what the police reports say word for word. And on Ryan Bones' report, it's 6 pages, but on page 4, he says, in regards to the kitchen island, he is talking about things on it, and then he says, below the iPhone, on the floor were what appeared to be bloody footprints from bare feet. The only body on scene that was barefooted was the male body. Wasn't Randy barefoot?
Yes.
Yes, she was.
So, this is his official report he's putting in here.
Yeah.
So that's wrong.
There's no way that he could have not seen that.
Because
right.
It's the.
He was there. He was in there.
It's the first feed that anybody would see.
Like that, just as an example of how they're different. Because a lot of the information they do say, if you just kind of skim it, it does seem to be relatively the same. But if you actually sit here and read it word for word, they don't match up. You know, it's almost like these guys are talking about a different scene because, you know, some of them are like, well, yeah, both the male body and the child were barefoot, but the female adult was wearing, like, heavy socks. Like, they explain it, and, you know, that lines up with somebody else's, but then there will be something else that the person it lines up with didn't say, but this person said, and if they were all there, they all saw the same thing, there should be minor differences. Like, saying there was what appeared to be fingerprints in blood versus there was fingerprints in blood on the laptop. That would be something minor that, you know, you'd be like, okay, whatever. But to have the big difference of, you know, the kid was not wearing socks, the father was not wearing socks, the wife was wearing socks, but we're going to say because these look like bloody footprints on the floor, well, he's barefoot, so it's him. In doing that, that to me takes away the whole investigation part. Because yes, there are what seem to be bloody footprints on the floor. There is a male body there who, you know, it does relatively look like his foot size, but his feet are clean. Did he do that and then go take a shower before he shot himself with his non-existent right hand? It doesn't really match up.
A good point, Stephanie, and I think that's, to put it in a visual once again, I would think that the patrol officers that show up in looking at the scene would say, oh, I'm guessing it's his footprints. But the detectives whose job it is to arrive at this answer, it's odd that there's no testing or forensics done to prove that it was his footprint, that it was David's. You know, that's what we're getting at. I think the frustration here is with the police reports is this is their job. Now, what they're doing is deducing. 3 people in the house, 2 adults, one has socks, one isn't, bloody footprints, bingo, it's got to be his. Well, any one of us could have come to that conclusion. What we're expecting more is people who do this for their career. What was the test done to prove that it was David's footprint in there? Or was it even a footprint? And so that's the question we have. Any one of us can come up with the assumption of these types of things, but that's why we have the frustration we do, because these simple tests were not done and performed to back it up or to support their theory.
You've got cases from 20, 30 years ago where they just flat didn't have the testing and the resources that we have now. You know, they didn't understand the importance of not contaminating a crime scene way back then. So, you know, anybody and everybody could have walked through there. So they couldn't figure out whose footprints were there because everybody went and tromped through there. Whereas now, I mean, even back in 2015, we have so much literally at our fingertips to solve these crimes. This is their job. This is what they're being paid for. This is their life's work, supposedly, that they're just content on solving the crimes, on using the information at the scene to help them investigate, to come to the ultimate conclusion. You don't go, well, I think this happened, so, I mean, it sounds plausible, right? So let's just run on that, you know. That's not police work. That's half-assing it, and that's not how you solve things. And that's what is so frustrating is they had the capability of testing dog feces, as gross as it is. They had that. They have the capability of going through hair by hair and testing every single piece of hair they found at that crime scene and figuring out where it came from and how it came off. And they didn't. And I can't even begin to understand what they thought, walking into this, because I personally have never walked into a situation like that. But being that they are investigators and they did start out so strong with standard operating procedure of, okay, well, we can't go in until we get a warrant, we got to wait for this, we got to do that. So they are just kind of standing around. But then once they finally get that warrant and they get in there, it's like everybody just lost their shit and was like, oh, well, let's hurry up and get out.
Now, at least I would have been happy with it if it said, we were contemplating doing the testing on the feet, but it would have cost X amount of dollars, or it would have taken 2 hours to do that, and we felt we didn't have the need to do that. At least the question was asked. That came up on some of the latent fingerprints and I think the handwriting maybe analysis, where they did some of it and then came back to the Apple Valley Police and said, we can do these additional tests. Would you like us to pursue those? And they said, no, we're good for now. At least the question was asked, and then they turned it down. Here, I don't think it doesn't appear in the police reports that it was even suggested or even brought up, to look further into it. And so,
which, if you're going to say a dog ate all these things, you've got to have. If David was alive and he was in jail right now, I guarantee you that test would have been done. Every single test available to do on an animal or feces would have been done to prove David did this. So the fact that he's dead, it's almost like, well, why waste our time? There's other people that are alive to prosecute. And it's sad because that shouldn't be the case. It shouldn't be, well, he's dead, so, who cares? It should be, yes, he died. He possibly did this. Let's investigate and make sure he is the one who did it, not just say, well, yes, he did it, and that's it. You've got to have the lab reports to back up. You've got to have all the tests and fingerprint analysis and handwriting analysis and all of that, and they didn't. They didn't do a lot of this testing, and it just really kills me. If he was alive, being taken to trial for committing this crime, they would have done all of this. I really honestly believe if he was alive, they wouldn't have handled the case the way they did if he was alive. They would have done a whole lot more to prove he is the one who did this.
Correct. And that's a good point to bring up, too, with the newer members here joining and the newer people following this case. If David was alive and survived this, and this was taken to a court of law, this would be thrown out in 5 minutes due to all the reasonable doubt. Right. So what makes it different is that he's dead and he can't defend himself, and no one can bring up these things except for various groups like ours here to say that to look into this, assuming he is alive, what case would you bring? What evidence would you show he'd be? There's no way that David would be a charge on any of these things. This case would be thrown out as far as he doing anything here. So that's what the difference. That's what the difference is.
In order to prove David did this, they would have had to show more than a bloody middle fingerprint on a notebook and a gun being found by his left hand.
Our feelings do not give us justice. Things aren't so just because we think it's so. And the family and friends have got to understand that. We're people that are just looking at this from a distance. I want to thank you all again for listening to this podcast. I really appreciate it. This is the monthly podcast, the Gray Stage Podcast. Thank you so much. We will be back next month. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is May 31st, 2020, and today's podcast will be going over the book, The Gray Stage, written by Greg Fernandez, Jr. Today's chapter will be Chapter 4, Examining the Bodies. Joined with us today will be Sophia, Catherine, Greg, and myself. If you got the book handy, it's on page 27. And what I'll do is I'll start off and I'll read the first paragraph, and then we can get the show started. Here's where it starts. Title, Examinations. The bodies of David, Comel, and Rania were removed from the house at 1:30 a.m. on January 18th and taken to the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office. Rania's autopsy was conducted first at 8:20 a.m. Comel's autopsy began 10 minutes later at 8:30 a.m. And David's body was conducted last at 11:50 a.m. So that's the first section. Maybe, Greg, I can get a little overview here for the listeners. And so the bodies were discovered on the 17th of January. That is a Saturday in 2015. This was Saturday the 17th. But by the time the investigation was there, the photos were taken, the bodies were examined, and the crime scene was looked into. It crossed over past midnight onto the 18th. And so that's where it starts off with this chapter that really was taken out of the house at 1:30 a.m. the following day, which is now, we're talking Sunday, January 18th. And the crime was committed in Dakota County. And so the importance of this first thing here, it mentions that they went to Hennepin County. The Dakota County does not have their own medical examiner's office or coroner. And so what they do is they subcontract out to the neighboring county, which is Hennepin County, which is based in downtown Minneapolis. So that's a good setting here that you've set here, Greg, with this first paragraph, because it does, if there's any confusion there, the bodies are found on the 17th. This is the 18th, the next day, but still that same night, essentially. And so what they did was they brought them to the medical examiner's office, which I said earlier was contracted out through Hennepin County, and they did those 7 hours later now at 8:20 a.m., and then Comel, and then David's was done last. Just wanted to give an overview of that for if there was any confusion.
Well, that's good to know. Yeah, I did not know that. Is that regular? I mean, are there a lot of other counties that also don't, that...
The Hennepin County does their own, and then they subcontract out with Dakota, which is the one here, and they also subcontract out with Scott. Scott County is also next door. And so Scott and Dakota both subcontract out, and just rather than pay to have the medical examiner and examiner's offices, there's so few murders and homicides and things like that they just have Hennepin County handle all of that. But it is in a different county. They got to drive the bodies up there. It's another outsourced service for the county, and they just absorb that. So they account for 3 counties at Hennepin County. And so at the end of the year, they provide an annual report for Hennepin County, and it's really large because they've got to break it down for the members of Scott County, Dakota County, and Hennepin County. Even though they're doing they're doing them all, they do have to break that out. So their annual report is quite large. But once again, even in Apple Valley, the city of Apple Valley, there's only average of 1 homicide per year. So they're still doing deaths, suicides, and things like that. But actually, full autopsies like this, they don't have the staff or the funding to do it themselves, so they just hire it out.
Okay. Yeah, because one of the things I was wondering is, okay, the bodies are taken out at 1:30 a.m. The first, Ranya's autopsy doesn't start until, 8:20. So again, I was just trying to understand if this is all proper, if everything that we're seeing here is just all proper. It just, to me, it seems like a long time, but I don't know if that's kind of standard, and maybe that's because they had to drive it, somewhere else, and maybe that's part of the reason why.
Maybe
I don't know.
Catherine would be a good person to start off with this, because I also don't know, but I'm just guessing that there was in a situation like this, there's still going to be a queue, a Q-U-E queue, and once they get into the queue, maybe they're 7 hours later. Would it make sense that it would be that late? But I don't know.
Well, to jump in, I would assume that the reason why the first autopsy didn't begin until 8:20 is because Dr. Lelinski more than likely needed to go home and get some sleep. And I want to go back and notice, because according to the records and her sign-in sheet, she was there from 12 until 12:45. She left. Mm-hmm. It is also stated that the bodies left with her. Now, this is saying, and Greg, according to your book, you're showing that you found information where the bodies didn't leave the house until 1:30 a.m. That's, as we know, a 45-minute difference. But to get back to the point, I'm sure she probably just had to go home and get some sleep before the autopsies began, and that would be my best guess.
Okay, that makes sense. Any other points or any questions anyone has? Yeah, I'll have to look at that time and figure out where I found that time. It could be from Joe Cooksley's notes, so I'll look at that. The first autopsy is obviously Rania, and that is another question that I had. Okay, is that normal? Is it standard operating to if there is a crime and they need to do this for a couple bodies, do they do children first? Is it just random? Is there any logic? Am I thinking too much into this? Does it really matter?
It really doesn't matter, and it's just, they probably just said, let's do the child first. It's, probably what was, I don't know, easiest, or, but there's generally no rhyme or reason. That they just pick a body and go from there.
And they have, this is the only autopsy, I believe, where there are 4 officers. I think in the other 2 there might be 1 or 2, but not 4. So I was also wondering about that. Again, is that just standard too? Did they feel some special need to actually be there during this one, and not the same need to be there when they're looking at Kamel and looking at David? I think there might be 2 for Kamel, and then for David, I'm not even sure if there is 1, if there's any cops in there. Yeah, there is. There's 2. But why 4? And again, maybe I'm thinking too much into this, but as somebody who just wants to learn about, what they do, and what are the proper things? Is it normal to have that many people in there? Is it a little intimidating for the people that are doing these reports to have 4 cops standing right in there, or is it just not a big deal?
Yeah, I can't think of anything or any reason why they would need 4 officers in on her autopsy. That makes no sense. There's no rhyme or reason to that at all. We don't know how big the autopsy room is. Is it a big bay? Are they individual rooms? We don't know, unless someone has been into the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's office. So to have 4 police officers with 2 medical doctors, that's 5 people in a room, and that's pretty crowded. So that doesn't make sense to me at all. It's just crazy.
Okay, and Jessica Lelinski was the pathologist, and she was assisted by Mitchell Morey.
She's the medical examiner. The pathologist was not there, although they signed off on it.
Okay.
The pathologist is the one who's the head of everything. That would be Dr. Lauren Jackson, but only Dr. Lelinski, the medical examiner, and Mitchell Morey, who is the assistant medical examiner, were in the room.
Okay, so that needs to be changed then, I think, right, in my book? She's the medical examiner, not the pathologist, because I wrote the pathologist. Can you explain the difference?
Yeah,
well, the pathologist...
I'm unclear on that myself. Go ahead, Catherine. I'm unclear on that myself. Go ahead, Catherine.
The pathologist is generally going to be the person who's going to be running the entire facility. They're kind of like the top dog. The medical, and I do believe they have to have extra education. And Dr. Lelinski is just basically a physician who has training within the forensic and this type of field. So she doesn't have as much education as Dr. Jackson, and Dr. Jackson runs the facility. So Dr. Lelinski would answer to Dr. Jackson. And so, yeah, she's not a pathologist.
Okay. Good to know there, too. The main thing, I think, that everybody should be bothered by, or at least should have questions on, I know this was a big question that came up, is how they positively identify this daughter. And it's listed as circumstantial. So,
okay. I'm sorry.
Before I read too much into that, go.
Well, I spoke with a coroner, and I asked them that same question. I'm like, is that normal? Is that standard operating procedure to identify, especially children, in that manner? And they said yes, because if they have two parents and all this other stuff, basically they kind of go, well, the circumstantial evidence will be the child is in the house, the child looks like the parents, the child looks like the photos. There's someone there to say, yes, that is our granddaughter, that type of thing. So they don't have to then do blood tests to say, okay, they don't have to basically do a DNA test, because circumstantially they are able to prove that this is Rania Crowley. So that is very normal.
Excellent. Another note that I have here about this one, unless anybody has any points they want to jump in there, still staying on the Rania Crowley autopsy. No suit or stippling. What does that mean?
It means she wasn't shot. She wasn't shot close up. It was from further away. Stippling would be left behind if the gun was close to her head. If it was up close and personal.
Okay, like 1 foot, 2 feet.
Well, it's hard to say, and that's the thing, is unless something is put between the weapon and the head